That's all gone to we would be here earlier. This is where surprise. In which case, that was very exciting. At the end of this interview this morning, so I don't know why the group changed into psychotherapy. And I thought, yeah, it's a good job I didn't do it, because she approached me yesterday and said, would you be available at 8:40? Frankie jumped in and goes, well, actually, I need to do it. I don't like to do this to you. Is this because it doesn't start until? Do you think I should come back down at 9:15?
I'll tell you, let's ring
9:15, because it says meeting starts at 9:15. So I think that's what it will look like. That's what it looks like. And let's just click on that and see. Oh, that's Katherine.
Good morning, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Excellent.
Is it best for them to sit next to one another? Or?
Get on the Wi-Fi. You can't even get the Wi-Fi.
No, I've got access to it at all. Oh, come on, have a look.
Mine's
all the way in here, I come past the sign of our lead and we did. All right, remembering both. All right. Order the market in winter. Has inquiries.
You don't go around doing this as well.
The old kids are pretending to be a school. Yeah, 62 acres.
Yes, well, I don't know how helpful.
No, you need to come and
the difference was that yesterday I didn't get any.
Hello.
I'm Martin.
Hello. Nice to
Nice to
meet you.
meet you. Thanks.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, the problem might be that the staff have got their laptops on.
It's important.
Yeah, we just got to set it up on a laptop then.
Well, at that point, so if you said
It will be.
what then?
Yeah, I know.
Right.
Just for the room. If you are
I have this problem with my laptop. Someone get all the different the buildings.
About 3 weeks, sorry.
No, it's a young gentleman who showed me my comments on so he's going to speak at this evening. But
Don't worry. Yeah, that's what we almost last night. The confidence you can get through.
Well, yesterday.
It's your.
Yeah, well, I think it's all done. Let me just, but it's still showing your face at the moment. Is that because it starts at 9:15 or? Oh, start video. Should I click that? Oh yeah. Now I need to turn it around. Yeah. Now it's now it is. Now it's looking at the it's got your face at the top right. I don't know if that's how it can. Yeah, slowly. Yeah. Now I don't know if you're able to see it. Are you? Yes. Or... Okay, so should I pop up every now and again? Make sure that it's working. Or of course, if I've got my laptop down there, I can keep it just every now and again. That's probably the easiest way. If I can see it working on my laptop, it's working. Yeah. Probably, yeah. Are you talking? Do you mean on the YouTube? On Zoom? So on the picture, if I hover over the picture, there's mute, and then there's three dots. So if I click on the three dots, again, yeah. Yeah. Well, you'll be able to see in about 20 seconds, won't you? Well, that's working. Okay. So to test that it's working, I should really be on the YouTube channel, not on the Zoom. All right, so you'll yeah, just don't ring me. Well, all right, I'll keep looking. There's a monster turning on sound. What's that? Yeah. Oh, I know. Well, I'm sorry to say, when you've done something lots of times, it seems so easy to use. When I go through how to do something, Excel or something, and then you go, what on earth is it talking about? When you wake up in the morning, try and do it again. But I think it's all logical. It's all logical procedures. But it won't actually we can He's incredible. Don't worry, I've sat with him. I've told him not to worry. Yeah, it's a mess. Yeah, I think things that you've got to memorise and said and you don't need to memorize. You share one page. Working. Let's keep an eye on.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The inquiry is resumed. Remind you, if you've got a mobile phone, to switch it off or switch it to silent. Mr. Stinscombe, do you have anything to raise before we move on?
I think there's two things from me. There were no more reps in the appeal that we received, I'm told. And the list of plans that you referred to yesterday is correct.
Yes, you asked yesterday for some interventions, and I'll be prepared then. Also, we've got time overnight to get strong. It's interesting, but obviously I'll hunt around and see if he's got any thoughts on them.
Exactly. People checking. If they're happy.
Exactly. So there's two.
I'll take the copy once everyone's happy.
Fine. I'll do that now. We've done the buildings that are proposed, as you said, in terms of length and width and heights, etc. We've also done the heights of buildings that surround. Because the once everyone's not usually very happy with it. But you also asked about the position on the trees. And on that, the best that we can do is give you a reference to the artwork, where it's already in the papers. So I'll just give you the reference now to the where the trees are still in their heights. It's part of the arboricultural assessment, which is curriculum 1.4, and it is on PDF. It's 84 pages of PDF. If you turn within the PDF, you get to a table that starts on PDF 47.
Yes, and then the appendix 9, is that?
Yes, 9.10. Yes, yes, addendum appendix 9.10 is the arboricultural impact assessment, and there are lots of different bits to it and chapters in it. But anyway, you go straight to PDF page 47. There begins. No, most of it's text, so we might be in the wrong document. Document 2.1.4 should be ES appendix, ES addendum appendix 9.10, the arboricultural impact assessment produced by Lockhart Garrett.
We've probably got half of it.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
So, did you say part 4?
No, didn't say. No, not part 4. Just if you just get the document first, sir, it's 84 pages long in total. 2.1.4. Yeah, you are probably good.
Appendix 9, 10.
Exactly. That's the one.
Part what?
Not part, sir. Yes, it's page 47.
Which part? I've got 5 parts. 2.1.4 ES addendum.
Right, being told it's part 5. Okay. Oh, I see. Right. Yes, I think I've just opened right. Part 5 is appendices. If you turn, sir,
I've only got 6 of 6 pages.
behind those 6 pages, if you keep scrolling, you should have a big table that begins and runs for several pages. No. Right. Well, we'll have to get it to you anyway. We'll get you a copy. I mean, it's in the core documents. I don't know why it's not in that in your one.
You give us the broad hints as to all the.
Yeah, I was going to tell you. Yeah, exactly. The broad hint is generally, there's a range of heights, but generally the answer is 10 to 20 metres.
My guess was between 15 and 20.
Yeah, you've got it exactly. Some of them are 10, and some of them are 20. That's the broad. That's the answer. But there's a more scientific answer which shows you that. But we will get you a copy, I think. Yeah, but that is the answer.
I'm not going to treat it as an inquiry document, just as a memoir.
Sure, sir. No, I mean, it actually should be an inquiry. I mean, it's part of the application materials, so there's no reason, it's intended to be before you. But yeah, we'll get that table printed off. So we'll come back once Mr. Stinchcombe's let us know about whether the Rule 6 party has a problem with the other dimensions. We'll hand those in as well.
Right. So we're going to deal with ecology a round table session. We've got Ryan, Banham,
Yeah.
and Mr. Goodwin. So the first one is the position of the key consultees, local planning authority and natural England. And in relation to the local authority, I think the last one was January 2023. Is that correct? Their consultation response, where was comment that the biodiversity method was kind of to a good standard, but there was a query over the classification of certain elements and a reworking of your metric 3 calculation, which reduced the overall percentage change from over 14 to over 13. That's and Natural England, no objection in relation to the key designated sites. The SSSI, just a reference for it was the local planning authority to consider in relation to local wildlife sites. Standard response from them. No quote me on it, but never helpful.
I think, if I might, the Natural England response, you're quite right, it's very standard. They simply look at the SSSI, in the standard bit that comes underneath, they do mention the need for local authority to consider priority within that. From the council, most of the responses metric. Under other matters, there is also a note about the footprint being right on the edge of the woodland root protection area. It's quite a small note, and it's something that I'd like to draw your attention to.
you refer to the potential for an adverse effect in your evidence in relation to loss of life, in relation to the development of the woodland and potential impact on the water take up by the trees. That's it.
Yes, yeah, that's one of our concerns, that the proposal that's on the table. And it was obviously that the Council of Ecologists have picked up on that point, where it's a small note within their response.
And is it still something that you're concerned about?
It is still something very concerned about, yes. Because where you have got large buildings that come very close to the woodland edge, and some of the buildings in some places do, there is going to be an impact on levels of light, drainage patterns, which are going to impact the woodland. The other element of that concerns is at the moment we have the woodland edge and the gradation into grassland. That is a really important part of the ecology of the site in any woodland. And if you have a building, a dark area with the changed drainage, probably security events, that sort of thing, there isn't going to be that same part where you get a bit more light onto the woodland edge. So the loss of that would be a real shame. If we were commenting on any proposal, what you'd normally look for is somewhere that steps back slightly to maintain that edge. And in some places it is set back, but because we're quite constrained, it pushes very close in other places. So it impact as well. Continue to be concerned.
And in your view, the effect on the woodland would be?
So the effect on the woodland is you lose that edge, which is a really key part of the habitat there. And you also have an impact on the trees. Obviously less light, changing water. Now that water can go either way. It could be drier because the systems that deal with water on a hard surface can take the water elsewhere. It could actually be wetter because you have hydrogen.
Are you suggesting that we may lose a section of linear woodland along that boundary?
I'm suggesting that the quality of woodland would be impacted there. So it would still be a woodland edge, but the quality of that woodland would be quite different.
So can I just go back slightly? Natural England, I do sort of agree with you, and I do agree a lot of times with you on that kind of response. But there are some key things. One is that there was an ES submitted, and Natural England were consultees to the ES. So they would be aware of the key elements to that and didn't raise any concerns. In terms of the local authority apologies, yes, there were some issues that were noted, but I think the key element is whether they are significant or not in terms of the impact on the local wildlife side. The local planning authority ecologists didn't believe they were significant, neither do I. And that surely is the correct test in terms of trying to identify whether a designated site will continue without any significant threats, and that, from my point of view, is the position.
That's the woodland local wildlife zone.
Yes, that's correct, so. And I understand that those, the two woodlands, so Wheatley Hall Wood, which is to the east, and then Cherry Hall Plantation, to the west and north, they were both, as I understand it, local wildlife sites at the time the allocation came forward. So again, the local planning authority would have known about those designations. If I go on from that, I don't want to jump into the detail of the grasslands because that comes later on in the agenda. But the priority habitat, lowland meadow, I want to correct two things that, one thing that was said in opening in two different ways by the Rule 6 party. In terms of expressing it as I've conceded that it's lowland meadow, no, I went to the site and did my own independent assessment. I wasn't persuaded by anyone to concede in a particular direction. The 2017 and 18 suite of surveys that were carried out by Lockhart, they're all listed for you, so at paragraph 5.2 of my main brief. They recorded the grasslands as MG4 and MG5, so just to explain that a little bit. MG is mesotrophic grassland, or in other words, neutral grassland. So under the MVC system, National Vegetation Classification, you can either have calcareous grassland or acidic grassland, but the majority fall within the MG categories. So MG4 and MG5 then keys out as lowland meadow. So Natural England would have been aware, as were the local planning authority, when the ES was submitted with the original application back in 2020, that the grassland on the site was priority habitat and was lowland meadow. So it's not something that's just suddenly arrived since my appointment. It was when I went to the site. That is the accurate classification. Where it went slightly awry, from my point of view, was that the updated ES with the amended scheme, which is now the scheme is appealed, it was classified as semi-improved grassland, which I don't believe is right. There is a line that falls between semi-improved and unimproved grassland, but it was correct that it was MG4, MG5. But as I say, that was identified back in 2017 and 18. And the local planning authority, ecologists would have read that ES. They would have known what MG4, MG5 was. They would have known that that was priority habitat, and yet they were content, given the allocation on the site, not to object to the ecology of the scheme. So I just wanted to correct that position, as if the MG4, MG5 has come much later in this discussion. It was up front and central right back in 2017 and 18.
You want to go on now to deal with the point about the effect on the edge of the woodland in terms of light and drainage, either going too dry or going too wet.
Yeah, so in terms of that, I mean, I'm not an arboricultural consultant. There is an arboricultural report which has examined those things. Obviously, we have the British standard for construction next to buildings. In terms of the ecology, from my point of view, if we're really saying that when we've got a building next to woodland, it's going to be significant in terms of its impact, then we've got huge numbers of woodland triple SIs, for instance. You can take Milton Keynes, which has a number of woodland triple SIs with built form, both large sheds and residential. adjoin it. I can think of, you know, hundreds of examples of that. It doesn't mean that the site is impacted to a level that's significant or removes its interest. Let's talk about the shading. What happens to most trees within the central part of the woodland? They're shaded by the trees that are next to them. I mean, that's part of how they're adapted to be able to cope with that. So trees in relation to a building, even if it's taller than them and overshadows them, does not mean that that tree will be lost from a light perspective. Because as I say, quite a lot of trees, all the undergrowth, everything else, is used to that whole system. In terms of drainage, again, in terms of where this woodland is, I can't imagine that putting the buildings within the grassland will have such an impact in terms of either too much water or too little water, that again, that would lead to some kind of significant effect with the loss of interest, either as a linear belt next to the woodland. Again, if you think of quarries, you know, you have quarries with woodland immediately adjoining. Yes, right on the very edge of the quarries, you sometimes get some dieback, but that's a very different scenario, a much harsher one than having buildings. The local planning authority, apologies, as I say, didn't raise that as a key significant concern to a level that meant that she was going to object to the proposals.
Is there anything else on that point, or shall we move on?
Just very briefly, I think it might be useful, and it is in policy 36, the joint core strategy, and it does mention within the text about the local wildlife site, but also it mentions within the text about this existing woodland.
Which paragraph are you thinking about?
So in the joint core strategy, 10.6 64, so 10.64. Rather than being important in the landscape, so we talk about them being important features in the landscape. And then we have in the actual policy itself, policy 36, we protect the local wildlife sites from additional recreational pressure and potential drainage and runoff. So it is something that has been included in the long term. I think it's probably useful to say, then we're going to come on to the grassland later. Maybe it's useful to have a bit more of a discussion about the grassland coming to the agenda.
But in terms of the significance of the woodlands as local wildlife sites, we accept the point that there is no loss of significance, despite the potential issues on the margin.
So there's a potential loss of quality. So a wildlife site is designated on the not just the trees being there, but the quality of the habitat there. And it does concern me that having these large buildings would have a detrimental effect on that quality. Now, where I think it is useful to think about other situations, it is true that there are some SSIs where you have buildings next to them, but they are really specifically designed to reduce their impact. So in those situations, and that transition from the edge of the woodlands, we're not talking about a site where you cut down lots of trees and put a building in. That edge is an important feature, and most of those times been designed to do that. That's it.
You don't think that's happened here?
No.
So can I just come back on the policy element? Obviously you directed to little f, to protect the local wildlife from additional recreational pressure and potential drainage backslash runoff. Because the local planning authority ecologists would have been fully aware of what the policy was, and obviously made her judgment, which was that she didn't believe it was significant and she didn't object. So it wasn't as if this policy was something not before the ecologist when she made that decision.
Is it fair to note that your concern on this element is in terms of the woodland, that there is a loss of significance? And if there is, what level do you place that at?
So I think it would be fair to say that it would be minor, but it would still be there. I think maybe it's also worth highlighting at this point that the real star of the show ecologically on this site is the grassland.
Yeah, but
We'll come on to that.
come on to that bit. There are 3 local wildlife sites, 2 of them which are woodland, which surround the site.
Yes.
Your concern relates to the margin and the impact. You're saying that has an effect on the significance.
Yes.
I'm trying to get
Again.
to gauge what that is. Mr. Whitman will tell me his view, but from what he said so far, I interpreted that he doesn't believe there will be any loss of significance. Is that right? Yes. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Or that? And then we move on to the baseline habitats. We've got the woodland, and in particular the ancient woodland. I think your point is that this separation is so great that there's no impact at all on the ancient woodland.
So that's correct. I mean, if you turn to my rebuttal, I included a plan 1 where the ancient woodland is in relation to the site. We're 390 metres away between the edge of the ancient woodland and the built form. If you think about natural England's position, that they require a buffer of 15 metres, a minimum of 15 metres, then to start raising issues about ancient woodlands and potential impacts on ancient woodlands, 390 metres away, to be honest, I was slightly lost as to why that could possibly be an issue.
I think it's probably a slight misreading in my proof. I have always said that the ancient woodland was part of the complex of woodlands at Former Wildlife Site. I didn't say it was adjacent or nearby to it, but I did refer to the standing guidance because it has a really good list there when we talk about woodlands, ancient or otherwise, what we should be thinking about. So that is why I included it. I apologise if people think that I was trying to say it was ancient woodland, that certainly was not my intention.
It's certainly a point that a lot of people have picked up in their representations, that they refer directly to ancient woodland, the impact of the development on the woodland. When you refer to the 15-metre guidelines, or the guidelines which has this gradation of distances, in this aspect, you're suggesting that because there isn't that separation from if we class it as ancient woodland and normal woodland, the lack of a significant separation from the normal woodland is an issue.
Yes.
That's right.
Grassland. Just before we do so, I just might want to comment on that because I don't want the inquiry to get confused or lost. There is a big difference between ancient woodlands and secondary woodlands. And we also need to remember, although those woodlands are designated as local wildlife sites, they are mixed plantation woodlands. So they include a lot of non-native species as part of that. So again, some secondary woodlands can be of really high quality. I appreciate these are designated because they meet the selection criteria, but at the end of the day, you've also got to look at what the species are, what they contain, how sensitive they are to change. I just wanted to be clear on that. The 15 metres that naturally look for as a minimum is only based on ancient woodland, not on secondary woodland.
Grassland. And I think the issue here is the difference in quality. You talk about it being good to moderate, and your interpretation is poor. Is that the...
So that's slightly different. It's two different parts to it. There's the classification of the grassland. So that's at the MG4, MG5, which then kicks out as lowland meadow. And then there's the condition assessment, which is the bit that you just went on to. So that's part of the assessment that you ultimately feed into a BMG, although there's complications because it's priority habitat. But there are two different things that you're looking at. You're looking at classification to understand what the type of vegetation it is, i.e. what type of grassland. And then the condition assessment is whether that's in good condition, moderate condition, poor condition. They're two different elements.
On the impact that has?
So MG4, MG5, I've explained what mesotrophic is. Don't ask me why, but just have to make things even more complicated. But when BNG came in, we decided, I suppose as a profession, to get rid of one type of classification system and bring in another one. So MG4, MG5, under the old system would have been unimproved grassland, but that gets translated through the UK HABS codes into G3A. I don't think any of that really, the inquiry doesn't necessarily need to understand that. But lowland meadow is a good quality habitat, and there's no getting away from that. It's also priority habitat, and it's also very high distinctiveness. These are all terms that ultimately come out of the UK HABS codes and BNG. But to put that in context, lots of other habitats are also priority. So ponds, arable field margins Under BNG, under the fourth iteration, which is the one that we're generally using, but this was all done under 3. Even all hedgerows come out as priority habitat. So you need to put it into context. Yes, it is important, NG4, NG5 grassland, but not to get too far ahead. It is not an irreplaceable habitat like ancient woodland, which is a completely different kettle of fish. The change that makes really is when you come on to look at the BNG and the net gains. We've got a section in the agenda, so I won't go on to the BNG element. I think that there's a couple of other things that I would say. There's been a lot of criticism of the surveys generally that Lockhart Garrett undertook. But in terms of the grassland, as I said, it was identified in 2017 as MG4, MG5. The survey in 22, despite the criticisms, was actually of such good quality that it was that information that led to the designation. So the grassland was not designated at the time of the allocation, or indeed until that information was submitted in an ES, and then the designation came forward. So to me that speaks volumes. You can't on the one hand say the surveys are of poor quality and they miss things and we don't think it followed good practice and all the rest of it. If you then use that same data to say, well, actually it's good enough for us to be able to designate it as a local wildlife site. And I think that's been missed in a lot of the evidence so far, that it was actually the information collected by Garrett which led to the designation coming forward in March, I think it was March 23.
The overall effect of the proposal is that the grassland local wildlife site is lost completely.
It is, I think from my point of view, good grassland is important, but the site is allocated. If you've got local wildlife sites to the left and right and north of it, east, west and north of it. And it's worthwhile saying actually, because we didn't pick up under the woodlands, but it comes on to what you've just asked me about. And that is the original scheme did lose around 4 hectares of woodland. And it was after the consultation responses came back that the scheme was then amended and a new ES produced in 2022. And that obviously is now the appeal scheme that we're all discussing. So the proposed development took account of the local wildlife site and the consultees' responses, and it was amended, as I say, to remove any built form from within that local wildlife site. But the MG4, MG5 had been identified back in 17 and 18, and no one raised it as an issue in terms of that it would be lost as part of an allocation on the site. You can't really get away from that. You either not cut down all the woodlands and you put the buildings there, but of course at the time it was all being considered, they were the designations and the grassland wasn't. So I think anyone reading the 2017-18 ES as an ecologist, you would have immediately latched on to Lowland Meadow MG4, MG5. But I think your next thought would have been the only way that you could have built form is that you are ultimately at some point going to end up having to compensate for that loss. And obviously policy BNG, the whole gamut of policing to a better standard than what we're losing is now in, it will be enshrined when Section 6 of the Environment Act comes into force. I don't really see how an ecologist would have reached any other decision looking at the data that was provided in that 2017 and 18. And again, the local authority did not raise an objection about it.
That's fine.
Thank you very much. Just thinking about where I start. So maybe it's useful, sir, to explain a little bit about the wildlife site designation process. Local wildlife sites are designated by a panel of local experts. That's in terms of the guidance that we get on how you go about doing this. And that panel is made up of a variety of organisations, but it's not run by the council, it's run by that body, which is made up of Wildlife Trust, council ecologists, and ecological naturalists as well. So I think attaching too much weight about when it was designated the local wildlife site is perhaps not terribly helpful. It was in those early 2017 noted as priority habitat and of wildlife site quality, even though that designation came slightly later. The quality was raised at that point, and we as the Wildlife Trust have repeatedly objected, and this is a priority habitat. It was known to be local wildlife site quality. Does it matter if it's on? Sorry.
It doesn't help the lives.
Give another one.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so the quality of the habitat, the designation of the priority habitat was there, and we have repeatedly objected on those grounds. The other thing that was mentioned was about other priority habitats that you should be avoiding on any proposal, any development site. And increasingly, I mean, it would be normal now if we had any development come through, then to look at the hedgerow network and try and maintain that into the development. That's best practice now. It's very unusual for a site to come forward where you are losing all of a particular habitat. I recognise that the woodland will be staying, but actually the grassland here is the priority habitat. That's the star of the show, and we're losing all of it. What we would have expected in any development site is for them to gather the information. Okay, well, we've got priority habitat here, here, and here. First step, how do we avoid impacts on that? Where would that be possible? Where might it not be possible? So to lose all of it is really quite uncommon. And Lower Meadow is just to give you a bit of context really, up until the 1980s, England lost about 97% of its Lower Meadow, mostly to do with changing in agricultural practice. And in Northamptonshire, that loss has continued. We now do not have masses of Lower Meadow. That's why it's priority habitat. And that's why we'll get quite excited about it, because it's special. I think it's also worth noting here that I do recognise this is an allocated site. The allocation is much larger than the Grassland local wildlife site. So if you're looking at how I could retain some, you need to think about it in that context, I think. Lastly, this often brought up about irreplaceable habitat. Lone meadow is not an irreplaceable habitat. Irreplaceable habitats are things like your ancient woodlands, some of your categories of salt marsh, that sort of thing. But it is something that we need to be really, really careful about. And I'm sure we'll come into some of those reasons later when we're talking about compensation, so I won't jump to them now, but that's why when we're going through the metric, it says, well, you shouldn't be getting rid of it. And if you do really have to, it needs to be a really, bespoke compensation, because it's not, it should be avoided in the first place.
What do you say? Loads of allocated site. Loads of allocated site. The area of allocation is big enough to protect some of the grassland.
So the whole allocation, maybe it's useful to go back to that core strategy. There's a small map there, is much larger. So what we're talking about today is the northwestern tip, if you like. So if we were sitting down in our first meeting, gathered in all the information, we'd be thinking about landscape. What do we need to think about historic heritage? What do we need to think about ecology? What do we need to think about these priority habitat? What could we do? How much should we say? It's really quite unusual to be in a position where we're talking about the loss of all of our priority habitat. Most of the time, if we think about residential application coming through, they would be the norm now to keep the hedgerows and to put the build form in amongst them, and then you have an access road going through. But the majority of the time, we're keeping most of the hedgerow now. We're thinking about, okay, this is a priority pond. Why is it a priority pond? What can I do about it? And this has been missing from here. That makes sense.
Yeah. So what's the outcome? Because it's a priority habitat.
Mm-hmm.
The development, the appeal should be dismissed.
Because it's a priority habitat, that's been our objection all the way through. We have a priority habitat that we are losing all of. And there doesn't seem to me to have been any attempt to maintain any of that priority habitat. And that's unusual. We have the woodlands. I think it is worth recognising that some of the woodland was going to go initially, and that was changed. But we haven't had a similar movement on the grassland, which is the priority.
So, we provided you with a plan as you wanted the local wildlife sites. Although the local wildlife site, it doesn't quite go to the bottom of the grassland. I'm in my rebuttal, but you could easily use the plan that we sent through to you. see that the local wildlife site stops before the pinch point, as I call it, the narrowing of the red line. But the NG4, NG5 grassland continues all the way down to the south. So there is over 1 hectare that's being retained. I agree with Ms. Banham that when it's designated, it doesn't matter for the purposes of its importance. But I only set that out from the point of view of where the allocation, when it arose, what was available, what the local planning authority could see. The local planning authority ecologists did not object overall. Ms. Banham's right that normally when you were looking at a site, you would be trying to identify key constraints and work within those. I mean, I've worked on big shed schemes, small shed schemes, and the one thing about constructing those kinds of buildings is that you need those platforms. So it's just a realistic position that it is incredibly difficult to try and keep anything within that construction area because of the need of how you construct those types of buildings. And I've seen that on so many occasions. So we're not losing all the energy of G4 and G5 because, as I say, there's over 1 hectare to the south of that pinch point. Yes, from the ecology point of view, it's regrettable, but we do have the option as planning policy and as new emerging statutory acts will come forward, which sets out for us what we do in those situations. Looking at the wider allocation, because that's something, again, that I picked up instantly, okay, well, we've got a wider allocation, so could we save chunks of this grassland if you looked at the allocation as a whole? But having looked at it, having looked at the constraints, the further we move east, we start running into big landscape issues and also heritage issues. And the one thing that I would say on that, I'm not a landscape architect and I'm not a heritage person, but I imagine it's very difficult to try and compensate for something like that. Whereas ecology, we do still have that as an option in terms of compensation. Obviously, that is what has been put forward as part of the appeal proposals. So it isn't as if everyone's been blind and not sort of examined this as a whole. There are lots of competing situations. This site was allocated, the grassland has been shown to be of good quality, but how do we deal with it? We've kept a chunk of it, number one. Number two, we can't really mitigate within the main site itself because of the construction process. Or I've never seen an example of being able to do that. And if you have the grassland, there's tiny strips between the buildings, they wouldn't be managed in a way that would be suitable. So for me, as I say, someone looking at this even back in 2017, 18, to my mind, would have immediately said, okay, regrettable, but the way out of this is following what policy sets for us, and that is we're going to have to look at compensation.
Like I asked, hectare, I think you said, that's been retained. You talk about a bit near D3.
So if I got that plan, the local wildlife designation comes to here.
I can't see.
Oh, sorry. Is
I'll come around.
that right? Sorry, I didn't look to show what you at the same time. So
the land on the east of the Kelly site,
yeah,
to the site.
This will be to the west of D3 on my side. And you said it a hectare.
so that in truth follows the the hierarchy of avoid, mitigate, compensate. As I say, as an ecologist, compensation is the last sort of way out, but it can be achieved, and it can be achieved in good quality. and that is exactly what policy allows us to do. We find ourselves in a situation where a site has been allocated. The scheme has changed to deal with the local wildlife sites as they currently were and existed at the time. To me, we are doing the best we can, which is keeping that area to the south, and we're compensating for the loss of the main block.
That's in terms of the grassland. But there are the other elements that have been identified by residents and the wildlife groups in terms of the fauna.
Yeah.
You've got the grassland, which is a priority habitat, but it has on top of that the wildlife areas.
It does serve, I mean, we can, if you, as Banham's happy that we move on from grassland, we can start looking at those particular species issues, because they're on the agenda as well.
I'm really sorry, I'm struggling to know where 1 hectare is that's being retained.
Okay. It's not 1 hectare of the identified site. It's the land to the south of the identified site, to the east of the I.M. Kelly approved extension.
Right.
Where the
Beyond where the pumping station would be.
Sorry?
Beyond where the pumping station would be outside, okay.
So just to clarify, the actual local wildlife site doesn't extend that far,
No.
but it is the same habitat.
So the local wildlife site boundary was based on the fields that were in the survey that Lockhart Garrett did. So that's the ones so you could divide it up in lots of different ways. How they chose to divide it up was into these areas, and it was based on the most species rich areas of that.
But would you consider that land to the east of I.M. Kelly and down to the road similar grassland habitat?
So it is still grassland habitat. I would say that the most botanically rich areas are further north, so the areas of plot 4 and plot 5. Those are the highest quality bits of the site. It is still grassland habitat. I'm sure I'll be corrected if I'm wrong, but that is outside of the red line boundary for today. That's the area we're talking about? No.
No, it's within the application site.
It's within the application site.
Where the range pond is going to be.
So when we're talking about retention, we're still going to have to create a drainage pond in it.
Yes.
So how is that a retention? We're not leaving it, enhancing it. We're changing the build form of that area.
No, because the attenuation pond is just a part of that area.
So we're not talking about the attenuation pond.
Well, the attenuation pond is shown in that area. So yes, there will be a loss for the construction of the attenuation body. There's over a hectare of grasslands that is retained, which is still MG4, MG5. I don't disagree with you that the best part of the grassland is actually the northeast section, where scrub is yet to colonise in a meaningful way in terms of detriment. But nonetheless, it's still MG4, MG5 grassland.
I can't see how that's a retention, but maybe we should move on, because I think I want to make sure we leave enough room for compensation. With the discussion about it, we've got integration hierarchy. compensation.
I wouldn't want the all six parties to be confused about the retention. I mean, you would have seen the plan, and you would have seen the attenuation basin
Yes,
sits within that area, but the rest of it is retained.
well, we've got a small area which is less diverse grassland, and I haven't seen anywhere plans of how we would be retaining that. How would we be protecting that? How would we be, you know, that's.
Well, it's within the red line, so it'll be covered by the SEM in due course, and that's written in terms of how to manage it and maintain it. It is still MG4, MG5, so it's still classified as lowland meadow. And the only effect or construction in that section is the attenuation basin. So I don't follow why you don't think that's retention.
Because you have to look after it during that process, and I haven't seen anywhere where he said, right, we're going to have this little bit as our little marshland reserve that we've kept. I don't see that within the proposal. We're going to take all the grassland and compensate it elsewhere.
So if the rule 6 are saying to me they don't think a hectare of retained MG4, MG5 is worthwhile, then I'd have to disagree with them.
No, sorry, it's not. I don't think it's worthwhile. It has to be practical, doesn't it?
Well, a hectare is practical, and one of the conditions is that there'll be a construction and environmental management plan choose. So that will be included in how that will be managed, how it will be protected during the construction phase. That's what assembly is. So that all of that detail will be in that document. But on the face value, just at looking at the plan, there's no reason why that isn't retained. And as I say, it's just over a hectare. So I'm happy that that is the best we can do within the allocation to retain some of the MG4, MG5 grassland, and the rest will look to compensate should the proposals that have been put forward.
Is it reasonable to expect, following the agreement of a construction ecology management plan, that other than the attenuation part, can you remind me, is it a dry or is it going to be a pond into the sun scheme? Where is it? It's a depression where it would flood if necessary, or is it going to be a wet?
As far as I'm aware, it's going to be dry until it floods, and that's how that's being keyed into the metric. So at its lowest quality in terms of adding to biodiversity.
The point being made is that the northern grassland, which is the identified local wildlife site, is of more botanical interest than the southern. But is there any reason that following the construction ecology management plan, that area through management would achieve the level of botanical interest that the northern side? Or is that outside the realms of possibility?
No, I think that's entirely appropriate. I mean, I know we're going to come on to it on the BNG, but we talked about this condition assessment. One of the key detriments to the MG4 grassland currently on site, and you will see it, is that when you're looking at doing that assessment, one of the questions is there less than 5% cover of scrub? Because obviously habitats without management go along the line of what's called succession. So grasslands become scrub, scrub becomes woodland without intervention management. So when you're managing a grassland, either you will want to keep all of the scrub out of the way, keep on top of that, or you might allow pockets of it to develop for certain other species. But management is the key, particularly to grasslands. And because this site has not been managed, you will see that vast sections of it have at least 50% cover of scrub, which is highly deleterious to the grassland element. So managing the portion that's retained, it is still MG4, MG5, so we've got the right category. And maintaining that and managing it in an appropriate way in the long term, to me, will mean that it becomes more valuable. That's the whole purpose of management, of trying to increase its favourable condition, if you want to use that term. And a hectare is large enough to achieve that. As I say, I would be the first ecologist to say we've got strips of grassland trying to retain them between buildings. The management doesn't really work. It needs to be a block, and 1 hectare is a big enough block to achieve something through management. So I agree with the premise that you put to me in the, if it's managed in an appropriate way, would it continue to increase in value? Then yes, it would.
Thank you. Management is really key to the site, so agree. We do have to think about the practicalities of managing that 1 hectare in that position. When you're aiming for lowland meadow, that is a priority habitat. It is at the higher end of grassland, so it is more difficult to achieve and maintain, and particularly in a site where you've got there, where that 1 hectare is separated from the woodland, surrounded by built form. You've got this application, you've got the rest of the allocation, got doing some pocket, and also likely to be much more used in terms of recreational disturbance. And the reason that becomes an issue, and it's obviously something as the Wildlife Trust with our own nature reserves that we are dealing with very frequently, is management of it becomes more difficult in terms of path creation, cutting regimes that become feasible in terms of the way people want to use the site or don't use the site. All those things come into play, and it makes it much more difficult to achieve a lowland meadow if we want to stay in sort of condition. And we're still losing the local wildlife site, and the local wildlife site boundaries put there because that reflected the most botanically rich areas, particularly around that plot 4, plot 5. That's the really, really nice bit. The rest of it qualifies as well. That's the really nice bit. And the grassland to the south is less. So we're losing the best bits, we're losing connectivity, and we're running into issue about really maintaining, managing that lowland meadow area because of its where it is and other constraints.
So can I just come back on a couple of points? If we look at the plan, I'm not losing connectivity with part of it, or against it. In terms of further to the south, there's further grassland, which is included within the allocation. Yes, it's not the focus of this appeal, but there's nothing to say in the future that could be extended. In terms of management, I get very worried, and no doubt we're going to come on to this during the conversation, how to create habitats. because it seems to be a topic that ecologists disagree with vehemently, I'm lucky enough to have some land attached to my house. And I created an MG4 and MG5 grassland within 3 years from an hour and a half from base, that's false oak grass, which is very dominant, aggressive grass. It's never grazed. I literally trim it once a year to within an inch of its life. It looks more like a ploughed field. And I've had several ecologists look at it. And if they didn't know it had been created, each one of them came to the conclusion that it was a SSSI standard. So I don't agree at all that 1 hectare results in management that will be difficult. It will be in the centre, it can be outlined. The local planning authority will obviously look at that centre and decide whether it's content with it or not. And that's set within a condition. And no doubt the local planning authority will consult the Wildlife Trust and anyone else that it feels it should do on the management. So we all have an opportunity to feed into that management to ensure that that grassland is created. And just to correct one point, we're not trying to create local there. It already is MG4, MG5. It just may not be of such good quality of that in the north-east corner of the main block, but it is still lowland meadow today.
Well, that brings us on to the third item, which is the wildlife element of the site. The value, if any, that adds to the site as a whole. Mr. Riley, do you want to say anything in relation to the 5 elements of wildlife that are identified there?
For the time being, I'm not an ecologist, I'm just a concerned local, really. But I just want to point out that the site we're talking about is 23 hectares. I mean, sitting here, it's quite hard to visualise what that is, but that's the equivalent to 32 football pitches or 1,200 average size gardens. There's obviously lots of life on that area. And whilst I agree with Mr. Goodman that surveys can only capture what they see at that moment in time, we have evidence of other things that weren't captured. I'm not criticising the surveys, I understand that they can only capture what is present when in time constraints and constraints of the surveys. But we have evidence of much more. And my concern is that Mr. Goodman has just stated that he's created a meadow comparable to the one that's 3 years. What is all the wildlife that's in that meadow now and relies on it going to do until the replacement habitats are created? I'm assuming that will take 3 years. If it started immediately, I assume, I'm not an ecologist, but I'm assuming there will be significant time between the destruction of quite a large area and a significant amount of wildlife that relies on it, and the creation of, albeit connected by hedgerows and leading out into the wider countryside, but what happens to this wildlife and all the things that rely on this method in the meantime. So the things like the red-listed birds, Mr. Goodman correctly points out that they are of least concern by the IUCN, but the UK classifications, I believe, the birds of conservation concern, this one is red because they have to meet one of 3 criteria, which are that they have declined by more than 50% in the last 25 years or longer. They are globally threatened or are not recovering from historical decline. Although breeding range in the UK has been reduced significantly by at least 50% in the last 25 years or more. And we're talking about reducing that range even more. And this might be insignificant in terms of, or it might seem insignificant, sorry, in terms of a national scale, but this is happening across the country. We know now more than ever the devastating effects of habitat loss. And I and people who joined me in surveying, and 23,000 people on the signature on the petition, do not want to be complicit in the loss of this habitat, which you can obviously tell from my voice that I'm not doing it. But I cannot sit at home because I think that completely complicit in the issue. So I will answer any questions you have. I can't say anything more than
There was reference in both your evidence and in one of the representations we heard yesterday and in the written representations, reference to some particular species of bird which are uncommon but present in that area, and use that as their habitat.
Yeah, so in terms, I think it's the grasshopper warbler. It's kind of has become the poster child of the campaign. It's not uncommon, but it is listed as least concerned by the IUC on their records. But it is red listed by those of conservation concern because its range is contracting. And there are many factors. There are factors in its summer ground that affect its listing. But I don't think that we should be adding to those problems. I think we should be avoiding those problems wherever possible, and I don't think this application does that. If the appellant was serious about their ecological credentials, I don't think personally they should be building warehouses that they don't have occupants for at the moment, apart from one, I believe. When we have around Kettering a number of warehouses that are empty, and they have these pockets of land. If they were serious about their credentials, their wildlife protection credentials, which they do claim on their then they should be enhancing this habitat and the other habitat that they're proposing rather than
when you look at some of the records that you provide as part of your evidence in relation to observation of residents on the site or species using the site, and then particularly of that city record. Some of them don't have any quantities attached to them. You list them as potentially being present, but as opposed to other things that you verify, there's no quantities attached. So how does that work?
But unfortunately, the records that you've seen were put into a spreadsheet. The spreadsheet was being used by several people throughout the time that we were looking. It was never intended to be. It was certainly never. No, I certainly never thought that it would be used in this situation. It was more initially when I started it. It was more for my own records because I'm a wildlife photographer. So I was keeping records of where I had seen things in case I wanted to revisit and go and photograph them again. And then when I was joined by other people, it was a record of where we had seen things. So we are all amateurs and we were learning as we were going. So, we've all got full-time jobs. At the time, I'm a shop fitter. I often work 60 hours a week. So unfortunately, we didn't do a particularly good job of recording it. There are lots of conditions in dates and locations and things, but that is solely attributed to the fact that we are anxious. But I stand by the records that we submitted, and they are true.
One point I would like you to cover is this recurring criticism of the quality of the ecological reports in terms of matching them to guidelines and recommendations.
Right, so let me cover that as I go. I think probably the easiest thing is to look at each of the species groups as I've listed on the agenda, just because that means we just don't miss anything. So from my point of view on the badgers, there are outlier sets to the west of the proposed development within Cherry Wall Plantation. They're more than 30 metres away from the built form and the construction activities. That's the sort of standard that Natural England look towards. So I don't see any impact in terms of direct impact on sets. In terms of foraging, the grassland would be an area that badgers will forage in, but they will also forage throughout the woodlands. There's no lack of foraging, so I don't, again, see any impact from that point of view. Bats. I don't think there was any criticism on the surveys for the bats, by the way, so I haven't covered it on that one. In terms of the bats, the work that was undertaken, they did transects, so you walk a particular route, you've got your bat recording equipment, and you will set those as standards, so every time you repeat it, you repeat the same transect. They were done from June to October monthly. And then there were static surveys done where you put a piece of equipment, you just leave it there. Basically, it triggers every time there is a call from a bat and it records it. So you're getting those two methodologies. Now, the statics were put from May to September. So in both the transects and the statics, the month that was missed was April, which is the start of the season, because obviously bats hibernate, depending on where the top temperature is. Most ecologists treat April as the start of bat work. So yes, Lockhart Garrett missed that April, both in the transects and the statics. Is that significant in terms of, had they stayed in April, would it have made a significant difference in terms of the results? I don't believe so. And we've got to remember that it is guidance. The Bat Conservation Trust, along with other methodologies, is guidance. Professional ecologists can make their own judgment as to whether they follow that guidance exactly, or they alter it, or they increase it. So, for example, for stuff that I often do, sometimes I don't follow guidance, sometimes I do more than the guidance, and making that judgment on the basis of the habitats present. So, the results from those surveys, the bat surveys, the common pit was by far the most numerous species. They also picked up brown long-ear and myotis species, which becomes much more difficult to divide into the exact species just because of their calls. So ecologists group them together. There was nothing particularly unusual about either the number of registrations. You just asked about numbers. When you're recording bats, you're recording the number of registrations that the equipment picks up. So, for example, if you had a hedgerow and you've got a static and you get 100 registrations, it doesn't mean that 100 bats passed along the hedgerow. It could be one just going backwards and forwards for 10 minutes. So numbers are quite difficult for ecologists to pick. So there's no criticism of the local amateurs, and amateurs are often, if I may say so, sometimes better than professionals. So there is no criticism from me in terms of what they were collecting. But what we do know is the majority of those registrations were common pit. Now, common pit does not feed very often in open. I mean, it nearly always follows edge of woodland, hedgerows. It will feed over scrub, and currently there is a lot of scrub on parts of this grassland. But any long-term management, if this development wasn't going ahead, the long-term management would be to actually get rid of that scrub from the grassland. So when we look at the data and then look at the habitats, again, I don't see a significant impact on bats. There was a criticism that the survey didn't cover the southern hedgerow. That was raised by the all six parties. But the southern hedgerow is being retained, it's not being lost to the proposals. So to be honest, if it's not going to be lost, I'm not that interested in knowing what the results are of certain surveys, because whatever they are, they're going to stay the same. So that's bats. Reptiles. The criticism there was that in both the 2017 and the 2022 surveys, the tins, as we call them, you can either use tins, but nowadays not many people want to carry around heavy pieces of metal. So the general thing that we use is roofing felt, just divided into squares. And what happens is the reptiles effectively bask on those to heat their temperature, and then they'll go below them. So when you turn them over, you can record what reptiles are underneath. So you normally let those tins bed in for 2 weeks, and Lockhart Garrett didn't. They effectively started their surveys after a week that the tins had been put out. Now, does that really make any difference to the overall results? Well, the 2017 surveys were 7 visits over 7 weeks. So if you sort of discount the first bit, because the argument is, well, you didn't let them bed in, by week 3, you'd be sort of at the beginning of the survey, if you get my understanding, because by then the teams would have bedded in. But despite all that, the figures were incredibly low. You know, the 2017 surveys threw up 5 common visits from the 7 visits. For a large piece of grassland, that quite honestly, it is insignificant in my mind. The population is low, there's no other way of looking at it. The herpetofauna groups, they classify anything up to 20 per hectare as a low population. So if you've only got 5 over this grassland, we are definitely talking about an extremely small population. The 22 surveys, I think recorded 1, could have been 2. Oh no, one, sorry, I was looking at my notes. And I think the all 6 parties did some of their own surveys and equally got very small numbers. So again, we're talking about a very low population, a population that you could translocate into the retained 1 hectare of grassland. So again, I don't see reptiles as being a significant issue on this site. There are no licensing requirements or anything else. They're protected from killing or injury, not from habitat loss. But as I say, the small numbers we're getting, we could quite easily translocate those into the retained grassland so that we're not losing reptiles from the site. If I go on to the bird surveys, again, the 22 surveys were undertaken in May and June. Now, April, May, and June are the 3 normal months that you undertake a common bird survey. Because what you're focusing on is actually males holding territory. So you're looking for males singing, which indicates to you that there is a territory of a pair. There's more to it than that, but that's the basis of it. So when they missed April, did it make a huge difference? Well, no, because the number of surveys they did in May and June, which is still recognised as an appropriate time, wouldn't have meant that it skewed the results particularly. For species like grasshopper warbler that they didn't pick up during the survey, but the locals did, it was nonetheless, Lockhart Garrett did consider the habitat suitable for grasshopper warbler and actually talked about that in the ES. So it was still considered even though they didn't record it. I think that answers your questions on birds in terms of the criticism. I just want to say something on the birds because this is not a criticism of the Rule 6 party or the locals, but the red list is exactly what it says it is, birds of concern. So it's a focus. We should be focusing on red listed species because they're the ones we've got the most concern on. It does not mean that they're rare or threatened. It's a different classification system. And the best way I can describe that or help you with that, sir, is if you take up the rebuttal, of Mr. Riley, and he very helpfully seen as his appendix in that document. 1, 2, 3. It's the 4th page in. There's conservation concern 5. Turn over that first page. I draw your attention to the second paragraph on that page. I'll just read it out for you. It's the second sentence. The bird species that breed over winter here have been assessed against a set of objective criteria and placed on the green, amber, or red lists to indicate, this is the key, an increasing level of conservation concern. And it's a common mistake that everybody thinks because they're on the red list, they're either rare or threatened. And that's not the case. Now, the list is below, sir, for you. And if I give you an example here, grey partridge, which is the first one on the list, has been recorded from this site. And if you look at the second column, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Just come in,
sorry.
Red. We're looking at this red.
We're looking at the red. So the first bird in the list there is grey partridge. Top left-hand corner. And that's been recorded from the site. And if you go into the second column, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 down is woodcock. And that has also been identified at the site. I think it was mentioned in the openings of the Rule 6. Both those species are game species. They can be shot in their thousands outside of the close season. So the red list does not confer some kind of rarity in all cases. There are some red lists that are there because of that, but the ones that we've got are not things that are rare. And just to help you further on that, my appendix, I think it's appendix 5, to my main proof. Yeah. I picked out all of the red listed species that were identified by the Rule 6 party. And if you say take something like skylark, the best estimate at the moment is 106 million. We're not talking about something that's down to its last 10 pairs, but it occurs on the red list for exactly the reasons that we described to you, that there has been a significant drop in the population. But that does not necessarily mean that the population that's left is rare or threatened or endangered. So it's trying to get, again, a grip on what the red list is actually showing you. Yes, it shows you concern, but you have to delve into it deeper than that. So none of the birds that have been reported on this site do fit within any of those, what I would say, more scary position of being globally threatened or lost. So that was the only thing I wanted to just sort of put the context of to this red list, because it is, I come across it time and time again in inquiries where the red list is interpreted as meaning that all of those species are rare species. No, they're not. It's a concern over what's happening to the population.
But could they not be locally?
They could. So let's take something like skylark, very unlikely to be. It's a common farm bird. Just about every site that I stay that's got grassland on it, or particularly spring sown cereal crops will have skylarks on. Grasshopper warbler, yeah, is a bird that's much more local in its distribution in terms of numbers. Grasshopper warbler occurs all the way up to the coast of North Scotland, right along the south coast, so it's well distributed, but numbers are not high. It's primarily a bird of reed bed and scrub. Obviously, on this side we don't have reed bed, so it's the scrub that is interesting, that it's a bird species. But like any bird, they do take advantage of other habitat if habitat is no longer available to them. It's not a case that you remove the habitat and that pair of grasshopper warbler die because the habitat's not there. Yes, it does have consequences, but to answer the question about the compensation, if it takes several years to develop, what happens to the species in the intervening time? Well, actually, if you look at what's the best play? In my rebuttal, so if you look at line 2, I mean, first of all, there'll be some grassland, as we've just discussed, a hectare of it retained, has some scrub on it, so that's still available to grasshopper warbler. But when you look at the locality, there are still good smatterings of both pasture and scrub, decent hedgerows, pockets of trees. The proposed compensation includes 1 hectare of scrub for exactly the reason of wanting to put back something that's useful for grasshopper warbler. So the compensation scheme that was envisaged by Lockwood Garrett, I do believe was well thought out, because it took into account species that they didn't even record, but felt the habitat might be suitable for. So I think that's all I've got to say on birds. And then the last one was great-crested newts. The 2018 surveys looked at a much wider study area than just the red line. And there were 2 ponds to the east of the appeal site, approximately about 800 metres away, which they did record great-crested newts in. A closer pond within 250 metres, they took an eDNA sample, which came back negative. They did intend to redo that survey in 2022, but when they actually got to the pond, it was found to be dry, so the eDNA sample obviously couldn't be taken, so it wasn't repeated. But irrespective of that, the way the appellants have approached it, which I think is the sensible way, is to go down the district licensing route. Now, you can do that direct with Natural England, or you can do it with a company called Nature Space. And effectively, you pay them to both survey, and based on not just the results of that survey, but whether it's an important zone for great western newts, they will come up with a calculated payment that a developer has to pay to effectively resolve the issue of GCN, and that is the route that the appellants decided to go there. So at this moment in time, there's never been a record of them on the development site, or in the way of construction, but because we know that they're in a wider, they are present in the wider environment, that's the route they've gone down. Now, the Rule 6 have said that they have found them in other ponds, and there are grid references for those. And this is not a criticism, but when we've looked at the grid references, it just comes out in part of the woodland, and we've never been able to quite identify where these water bodies are. I don't know whether they're just temporary water bodies because of the management that takes place within the woodland. There are deep ruts from tractors and machinery. But even if there are ponds with GCN closer, that will all be taken into account by Nature Space in sorting out the district licensing. And the last thing I'll say on the district licensing is it was brought in by Natural England to avoid this situation where GCN seems to occur on just about every development site. And it was a way of looking at that in a much more holistic fashion and getting money towards the conservation of great western newts in a broader way of looking at it. And I don't think, going back to your question for yourself, I don't think there was any criticism of the GCN surveys, but if not correct, I'll try and answer it. Sorry for taking a long time.
I don't have any criticism on the surveys. I am shocked that they stopped at those two ponds and find what you're calling ephemeral water bodies, which we found quite a significant number of them. And I know what you're saying, that what we find very close to the site. And they admittedly are smaller water bodies. One of them is in a rut that has been created by 4x4 events. How are you classing it as ephemeral? What kind of timescale is that? Because that rut has been filled with water for at least a year. So what are we classing as ephemeral?
Okay, I mean, ephemeral is a term that just means it's awfully that, to an extent, dries up and is lost over a period of time. Obviously, for amphibians, that's quite a good thing. I mean, you don't really want a pond to be permanent because at some point it will get fish in it, and then they're the major predator of both eggs and baby musical deaths. So ponds that do dry up, but don't dry up too early that they don't complete their life cycle, but dry up after that just means that other things can't colonise. I would class any kind of rut from 4x4 action or anything else as likely to be ephemeral. It may hold water for a year, it may not, but there wasn't anything that I came across when I looked at the site that said to me this was a standing water body that had got emergent vegetation in, i.e. it's not been there for several years because it hadn't been colonised by that vegetation. I don't dispute, I'm not drawing into question that your results are wrong, but in any event, whatever we've got in terms of GCNs, that will be dealt with by Nature Space through the district licensing process. And that seems to me the most sensible approach.
So will they be looking for newts to translocate? or they just be taking a payment based on their surveys or projects elsewhere?
Naturally, I'll just tell you the two thing in a nutshell. Natural England's process over district licensing is that you pay your money, whatever they calculate, and then basically you can go onto the site and you can bulldoze it. Now, I don't agree with that process, but for a number of reasons, I don't think it's ecologically sound. It's the number one. Number two is, I still have reservations about whether that is lawful under the relevant legislation. I don't see you can pay to kill something. I don't get that logic, but that is the statutory authority view. Nature Space take a different view, although they're under contract to Natural England. They will obviously do the surveys, they'll calculate the money, but they will also want some form of mitigation to be wound into that whole process. So they will probably, depending on the numbers, will act as for a translocation exercise. In this case, what I anticipate them asking for, because we don't actually have any water bodies on site, is an ecologist to be present and to go through a process of removing the vegetation at the time of construction, just to ensure that we're not hitting the water.
So if the needs are failed during that construction phase, will construction stop until an appropriate plan is put in place?
Well, I believe it would have to, because otherwise you'd be contravening the legislation, whether you have planning permission or not, to meet the statutory obligations. So yes, if you came across protected species and Naturescape's position on that, it's not the same as actually, but it's neither is mine. I would expect the development to be held up until that can be done. But that's all presupposing the future of what may or may not happen. But that can be written again into the documentations. But Naturespace will be in control of it, not the appellant, not me, a completely separate body who is under contract to Natural England. But that's the difference between Natural England's process when they deal with it and Naturespace.
Sorry, can I just come back to a couple of points? I personally never said that any of those were rare. I've never found that. And also, facts. Can I just go back to facts? Admittedly, numbers are low, but facts, other facts that have been recorded very close to the site are Soprano, Kettering, Brown One Year, and Barnstable. But they're all listed as European protected species, and they're Annex 4 of the European Habitat Directive. And Barnstable is listed in the threatened and IUCN areas.
Yeah, I'm not, as I said, I'm not disagreeing with any of the surveys of the material that you've collected. I'm not disagreeing with it. I'm not saying it's not correct or, Barbastelle is quite an unusual record. It is a woodland bat. It does like everything to be dark. It emerges later than most other species in an evening. It wasn't picked up with any of the sort of standard methods that Lockhart Garrett did. It could be a one-off. It could have been an individual extending its range. There's certainly nothing that indicates that we have Barbastelle using the woodland at the site as a regular sort of basis. But in any event, there is also a condition that relates to lighting. But that condition, if you take pips, I mean, most pipistrelles you can see are attracted to lights because there's loads of insects that have been attracted to the lights and they feed around the lights. But something like Barbastelle obviously would be a different fish, but as I say, there's nothing in the data, despite recording it once. I don't see that demonstrates that we've got an issue relating to Barbastelle from all of the data that was gathered by Lockhart Garrett.
And the habitat itself is not being removed. The woodland, you referred to the woodland being the near habitat.
Yeah, I mean, Barbastelle is a woodland, but none of that is being removed apart from 0.05 which is right at the southern tip of Cherry Wall Plantation for this footpath going through, but I mean, that's immaterial in terms of other stuff, but there's nothing today to this.
Right. Before we go on to the final bit, so do you want to have anyone want to have a short break?
I would like to.
Okay, break. Can we take 10 minutes then? Return and resume at 11:30.
Yeah.
That's useful, right? I think it's like we're kind of talking slightly across services with you, I think, but there's a lot more we can make.
Still got an opportunity to go back. Yes, I need. Yeah.
And I remember watching that. And as a result, I never actually met them. I'm secretly watching them online. But yeah, I watched that one. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. You well that one, yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, so there's been a lot of inquiries, right? Just been watching. Yeah, and now I sort of wasn't so good, but watch it anyway. I don't.
Yes, please.
One table, which deals with the units proposed as part of the scheme, one table that looks at the units that surround the scheme with a photograph behind, so you can work out which is which, and then the third thing is an extract from the good documents. That is the table I was trying to get into earlier. So I treat the tree height table. Tree height table, slightly impenetrable, but you'll see there is a height.
Fifth column along,
Exactly, which has a range of heights with all sorts, but broadly speaking, 10 to 20 metres is the average.
are we happy to go on to mitigation and enhancement?
Oh, no. Can I just address something that is the registered birds are sensible and not rare, but they're not on conservation, they're not registered as a conservation concern for no reason. I believe we should be doing everything we can to not. That's what they're currently with the promise of creating new habitats down the line. That's the wrong.
For a responder, you've been covered that point previously.
I think so, sir. I mean, I'm not downplaying the red list. I want to make that clear, but it's just this mismatch between what that is really showing or illustrating or pointing out compared with what a particular species is in terms of threatened status. I don't disagree with the channel parameters you put, but obviously, when development comes forward, we've got to look at ways of dealing with it through that hierarchy of avoidance, mitigation, and compensation, and I believe that's what this scheme puts forward.
We move on to mitigation. Mr. Goodwin, if you could lead on this and go through it, essentially the list of where you've gone through the baseline list.
Okay, thank you, sir. The way I sort of put my notes down just to deal with very quickly, because I know obviously there's a separate section on condition, but just so that all 6-party stands, there are a number of conditions that relate to ecology, 6 of them. Condition 4 is the writing and production of the construction and environmental management plan. I won't go into all the details. It's set out in the draft conditions that have been circulated between the parties, but that will pick up, risk assessments, how we deal with construction. It's really there, and it's going to allow everyone to input into that document as it comes forward. Condition 5, a little bit the same, to be honest. But talking about the management of both the retained and created ecological features. Condition 6 is a lighting strategy that we touched on. Condition 7 is the delivery of BNG at 13% now. We're well past that, and I'm going to come on to that in a minute. But that's the minimum that's been set through this condition, that we will deliver an uplift of 13%. And it's worthwhile at this point, I think, sir, just reminding the inquiry that there is no local policy requiring a particular percentage of BNG. Section 6 of the Act has yet to come into force.
January the 24th?
Yeah, it's supposed to be January 24th, but we've all had dates like that in the past, and it just seems to be moving.
So it is meant to be November, wasn't it, of this year, and then it's been moved to.
Absolutely. So we're at this moment in time, obviously, a 1% uplift meets the NPPF standard. I did include an appeal in one of my appendices, but I don't need to turn you to that, so I'm sure you'll be aware. But yes, it was. So if we're delivering 13 by way of condition, it shows that we're not only meeting what we should do, but we're actually meeting what is likely to be the standard set by statute when that comes in January, if it comes in 10%. Condition 8 is the monitoring strategy to assess the implementation of BNG. One of the things I do agree with the rule 6 is that we can all talk about getting that uplift, but we need to ensure that that uplift happens. One way of doing that is by having a series of monitoring that go with it. And then condition 9 is updating protected species surveys if there's been that gap between a consent that's granted and actually construction on the site. They all seem to be, to me anyway, sensible conditions. Just turning that into, and I'll do it very, very quickly, but turning to each of the individual species. Bats, obviously, there's the scent and the lighting condition. I would expect there to be bat boxes both on buildings and on retained trees. New planting will at least allow some movement between the sites. Badgers, again, you've got the scent, you've got the lighting condition. We are 30 metres away from any of the construction works, and then there'll be, I would expect there to be in that general construction safeguards like planks in trenches, so that a badger doesn't drop into a trench and then can't get out. Birds, again, it will be dealt with through the scent, but I would also expect to see a range of bird boxes. You've got the compensation lands, and obviously there will be the safeguards and clearance of vegetation outside of the nesting period. So all of that will form within the scent of one of those documents.
Is that in the conditions, the March to August, the one that usually pops up?
It is one that normally crops up. I mean, I don't think we've actually got that down, but I would expect it to be covered under that scent, because that's all about risk assessment, damaging construction activities, and looking at measures as to how to offset those. One of those measures would be to make clearance vegetation during the nesting season. So I think it is covered, sir, but I don't mind saying this without the client throwing it out. I wouldn't care whether there was a condition that specifically said about the clearance of vegetation for the nesting bird season, but I do believe it can be dealt with. Requested needs, we're going to do that again, but that will be through the nature space in the district level licence. Now, I produced the agenda, so I can put my hand up and say it's my fault, because I got to mitigation, I've got invertebrates in there, but I didn't have invertebrates in the first bit, so apologies for that. Let me just deal with them. I think that the two key ones that Rule 6 have talked about, dinghy and grizzled skipper, that we've got on site. Their key plants are wild strawberry and agrimony. I think it's birds book trefoil, but I'll be corrected if I've got that wrong. Brilliant, thank you. So we can target a lot of the compensation to ensure that within MG4 and MG5 recreation, we've got those species. You would expect them anyway, but we can make sure of that. There are both of those species of butterfly to the north, so it's not like this is the only site. And because we're retaining 1 hectare of the existing MG4, MG5, we still expect those skippers to be present. And that will allow us then to move to the compensation site. On habitats, mitigation, protection during construction, we've got the additional planting to compensate for the 0.05 hectare loss due to the footpath. So we're actually creating 0.2 hectares. And that's shown on my
plan 2 of my rebuttal. But again, I won't take you there, but if you know, that's where you'll find it. Grassland, we've sort of already covered it. We're retaining an area to the south, and then we're creating, in terms of the compensation, 17 and a half hectares. And again, that's shown on that same plan 2 to my rebuttal. Hedgerows not being lost, but we are proposing quite a few hedgerows within the development, because I do think they act as good corridors. And the BNG uplift on that, there's sometimes, and I'll express it this way, sometimes it's just a bit crazy, but it comes out at 1,274% increase, whatever that really means. I mean, I have some criticisms about BNG, but there are significant amounts of hedgerow going back in to the development site. So that's a quick gambit through all the mitigation, Sarah, if that helps you and helps the environment.
Do you want to say anything about the proposed mitigation in terms of its content as opposed to the policy context of should you mitigate it as opposed to avoid it?
I think we're probably going to come on to later the nitty-gritty of that.
Yeah.
So should I leave it for them rather than repeat?
Nothing stands out to you as being
Not that I'm going to cover later.
but on the policy approach, it's a good one.
So absolutely.
Thank you. So the inquiry, avoid, mitigate, compensate. In terms of avoiding, the scheme was completely altered in terms of withdrawn from the woodlands, where there was a 4.37 hectare loss, now down to the 4.95. So that was a clear indication of looking at that approach and avoiding impact on local wildlife sites. Mitigation, I've just run through in terms of mitigate against the construction and what we're bringing forward in terms of compensation. I appreciate on the grassland, we've covered it already. We're keeping it over a hectare of it to the south. I've already agreed that it's MG4, MG5, but not of the quality of the north-eastern section, but nonetheless still lower meadow. That will be tied into the south and future management. So I think the process of avoid, mitigate, compensate is still taking place, but I think the position of allocating a site which is made up of local wildlife sites was always going to end up that you were going to have to use each of those available steps that set down a policy in order to come out the other side with an uplift in biodiversity.
And this use of the mitigation hierarchy has been one of our greatest concerns with this proposal, that we haven't seen evidence of it being used in a grassland habitat. So yes, there was an area taken out for woodland, but the scheme hasn't changed. I haven't seen any diagrams that said, okay, well maybe we could do something else here. And we haven't seen that look across the whole of the application and said, okay, well where are our most critical grasslands, where are our biology habitat grasslands, what could we do to retain them? Okay, well maybe there's a landscape issue here or an issue there. We're all used to looking at those sorts of things. We've got this phase 1, which covers a lot of this is wildlife, local wildlife site grassland, and all of that wildlife site disappearing. So I haven't seen that process used, and it's a really important process. It's the first step, if you like, in then using biodiversity metric that you avoid what you can to begin with. It is something that we flagged through our objections. It is also something that the council in their ecologist has also flagged in the past. So we have put this forward a number of times. And I don't agree that it has been sufficient in terms of the grass.
What response or you feel we covered that? So the last part, I covered it, and I don't want to repeat it because it does just waste inquiry time. I think the one point I would raise though is we are where we are in terms of the data and what came forward, and the appellants concentrated quite rightly on the fact that they have woodlands, local wildlife sites. Yes, as an ecologist, I would much prefer to avoid and then mitigate and compensate, but there is nothing that we're doing that's contrary to how the policy is set out. We find ourselves in a position where, on the wider allocation, as I mentioned, there are other constraints which can't be dealt with by compensation. We can do that in ecological terms, and we're doing that with a bespoke scheme, which I believe delivers an overall an uplift.
Well, I'm happy that we've covered that point. Move on to the last one, which is the net yield and offsetting. We've covered the policy requirements, requirements. Just as an aside, you use metric 3. If metric 4 is now the latest one.
It is.
Has it been assessed against metric 4? My experience has been that whilst the metrics are not comparable, the metric 4 seems to provide an increase in biodiversity net yield on the same inputs.
So I totally agree with that. We took the decision to stick with 3 because in the guidance, the of 3 was if you'd started using a particular metric, then you should really continue with it. My experience is exactly the same. That using metric 4 does tend to give you better scores, but I felt it was appropriate, fair, given all the other metrics that have been done both by Lockheart and by the local community, to stick with 3 and illustrate it through that way, I suppose.
The second bit, net gain delivered. You've got your figure, the local planning authority have provided a revised figure. Not a lot of difference. It's over what will be required by legislation. But we'll come in. What do you want to say about the level?
Okay. So I'll try not to lose anyone by going through this, but it is just slightly complicated. That 13%, let's call it 13% as the round figure, what the authority, when it redid the metric itself in January 23, and that is now the focus of that condition. Now, because the metric was using, because they classified the grassland as semi-improved, which translated under the UK HAPS rates to other neutral grassland, that was what was used in the metric. But Lockhart Garrett decided that the semi-improved grassland was in good condition. I do not know how you could possibly reach that conclusion, because going to the site, you can see instantly the amount of scrub that is there, and that is hugely deleterious when it's at the level it's currently at. So what I did was I effectively reran the metric, but with poor condition being put in, with a section in moderate condition. And that makes the score jump massively. I mean, we go from 13 to 60 odd %. And that's what I believe the true position actually should have been at the time that those metrics were being discussed and put forward to the planning authority. We've got the extra complication in the lowland meadow. We should not be dealing with that within the metric. So this is where I find metrics. I'm not a great, I'll be honest, I'm not a great fan of metrics because it's trying to constrain a non sort of, I mean, ecology is a science, but it's not like mixing chemical A and chemical B and you always get chemical C. And trying to change ecology into a mathematical formula to give you outputs. I think if it's used as the guidance tells you to use it as a tool to aid decision making and to help professionals gauge things. My disagreement is when everybody gets hung up on every last digit that comes out of the metric. So let me start there. So what happens if you strip out the grasslands because you can't deal with it within the metric? You also have to strip it out from the baseline. So if you then run the metric without that grassland, you get an uplift of 22%, 20.81 as it. And in my main proof, I tried to set out the question I think then would jump to any ecologist's mind. The compensation scheme you had, why is it still suitable now that you've got something of much greater quality? And I actually set that out as a question. You know, why can I say that the compensation scheme delivers sufficiently for the loss of a much better grassland than the same compensation scheme that was coming forward for other neutral grasslands? And my answer to that is the one I've just illustrated, that if you put in poor condition, which is what grasslands, to my mind, clearly is, then you come out with a gain of 63%. Whereas up until that point, everyone thought we were dealing with a gain of 13%. So when you suddenly see it 60, to me, when you look at that, then in the round at the bespoke scheme, because that's what the metric tells us to do, to look at dealing with priority habitat, not through the metric, but through a bespoke scheme, then the delivery of 17.43 hectares of new created grasslands, to me, is a bespoke scheme, and it is at a level that's suitable to compensate for the loss. I'm sorry if I lost anyone there, because it's just complicated trying to describe that process. So if anybody's got questions, I'll try and do it again or explain anything better. I'll do the best. And I think, sorry, so the very last question, and obviously the all six can tell me if I've got this wrong, but reading their information, they don't produce a metric. They don't seem to be taking issue with the metric. The issue seems to be, we're not sure that you'll be successful in delivering their compensation scheme. That's as I understand it. So perhaps we could just get that clarification from all six to start.
The metric is a tool. The reason I have not produced another metric is that we have to use it as a tool, and I would agree with Mr. Goodwin that the inquiry getting bogged down into the specific numbers is not helpful, because it's not where our concern lies. Our concern lies with the achievability of what we're now calling the bespoke scheme, previously called the compensation scheme. And maybe it would be helpful if I could go through why we are concerned with that. I mean, obviously I can go further into the metric if it will be helpful. But
Is it reasonable to assume, setting aside your concerns about the achievability of what's been proposed, but just as a matter of principle, there could be a biodiversity net gain, given that there is no policy in the joint core strategy setting out threshold. Whatever is achieved needs to test the policy.
So on this site, there are two elements, because the priority habitat and the bespoke compensation. So we have the woodland. Yes, you could achieve a net gain on the woodland. And that's what we've said all along. We're not the woodland compensation we were satisfied with. That's a very small part of the scheme. Most of the loss here is grassland, majority grassland. Then we're moving the bespoke scheme outside of the metric. What is proposed at the moment, will that give a net gain? No, because I don't think it's feasible and achievable. That's where our concern has always been.
So why?
Why? Lowland Meadow is priority habitat because of its losses and because of it's a much more distinctive habitat. That is why in the metric we have to go to bespoke compensation, because it needs that something extra. If I was sitting down with you as land managers who were thinking about going into stewardship scheme, that sort of thing, the first thing we'd be saying is, okay, I'd like to do some lowland meadow there. And you might say, great. What is your fertility situation like on that agricultural soil? Because if it's too high, we wouldn't be accepting it as a stewardship scheme, because it would be so difficult to create in that location. Please hear me properly here. You can create lowland meadow, but it must be in the right locations, because if you have a soil fertility that is too high, it becomes very, very difficult to create. I mean, we already heard earlier that Mr. Goodwin managed to create it next to his house. And only assume in 3 years that was incredibly quick, and he had the right conditions. And as an ecologist, he would have looked into those conditions before he embarked on that. In this case, we have the 5 fields. Some of them are joined, some of them are separated. We know nothing about the fertility there. So what we really need to avoid is a situation where down the line all the fertility levels come back and it's not possible to create a lowland meadow. It might be possible to create an other neutral grassland because the fertility levels for that are not as strict. But a lowland meadow is going to be tricky. Now there are things that you could do then to try and lower the fertility, but they do things like inverting the soil profile, which is obviously quite involved. They would be things like cropping without putting additional fertiliser on for a number of years. That obviously stretches out massively your timescales. You could do it by taking hay cuts. That's going to take a very long time. We're going to stretch out behind it, depending on the initial soil fertility that we don't know anything about. Because when it was compensated for other neutral grassland, that's different. A lowland meadow, we really need to know more, and we need to be sure that you could do it. Even if you have a suitable site, so you go out there, soil fertility is suitable. Most agricultural soils, they are too high because the land has been for a long time. The metric looks at a time of 15 years to achieve that. So it is achievable, but it has to be the right place. And we don't know that this is the right place. So we could get to a position where we've monitored in the monitoring plan, and we're just not getting there. So at that point, our bespoke compensation has failed. We have the loss, and you know, I was looking through the section 106 loss comes at the beginning. We've had that several years ago. We still haven't got any net gain, it's not going well. The other thing that I'd really like to draw people's attention to is we have one block of grassland, 3 sides surrounded by woodland. What we've got is the 5 fields. Some of them are joined, some of them are not joined. And I'm aware that Mr. Goodman said that there are hedgerows and that sort of thing between them, but actually they're not part of the scheme. So there's no guarantee at all about what their condition is to act as a wildlife corridor. Also, we've got no, because they're not part of the proposal, we can't be sure what happens to them within that 30 years. So although we might say, well, it's a private hedgerow, it's a hedgerow, you have to graph that sort of thing, well, we don't know their condition, how good they would be at being a wildlife corridor. And that's been our concerns all the way through. You know, I recognise that these are not irreplaceable habitats, but we can't be in a position where we say, well, we'll leave that until after we've got our permission, and then it's not possible to provide that bespoke compensation, that gain, because of something else.
Okay. Trying to be out in the order that it's set out. Deciding on a stewardship scheme, I can fully understand why you would be hesitant about going into that kind of funding. This is a proposed development which is bringing forward a bespoke scheme to deal with the loss of the grassland. Whatever we need to do to achieve that, if that's the compensation scheme, we will achieve it. Now, pick up some of your concerns then about soil fertility, and you mentioned 2 different ways of removing fertile soil. It's probably worthwhile, so just to get the inquiry set. Biodiversity, particularly in plant form for grasslands, you can grow orchids in high nutrient status But the problem is, on a scale that you're doing it in the field, certain key grasses will take advantage of that fertility and will grow faster and more robustly. So effectively, they shade out the nice stuff. So that's the problem with fertility. And you touched on two methods. One is to deep plough, so you are inverting. You're burying the rich topsoil and then you're creating on the subsoils that follow. Another method is to use, as you said, a crop, but you can do that in 12 months with something like alfalfa, where you just have to ensure that the crop is taken off and not ploughed back into the soil. The other method that you didn't use, and I would always use, associated with deep ploughing, and I'll come on to tell you what I actually did on the bit I created, and that, Sarah, is the use of a plant called yellow rattle. So yellow rattle is what ecologists call a hemiparasite, and its roots, without getting into the terms, but its roots effectively lock into the roots of the grass and suck nutrients from the grass. So wherever you get yellow rattle, the grass is kept much shorter and much weaker. And it's a great technique. I used it on when I was creating my MG4 grasslands. As I said, it was basically a south-facing slope with Aranatha grasslands, so falsetto grass, very vigorous, tall grass, the sort of ubiquitous grassland that you get on roadside verges and all the rest of it. I weakened that by putting in a massive oversowing of yellow rattle, which strips the grass of its nutrients, and therefore it was much shorter. And then I used two techniques. One was a direct sow of seed, the other was plug planting. Now I could do that because I had one doing it, it was a smaller area. So yellow rattle, as well as a crop or deep plough, I would, on this site, I would probably go for deep plough and then heavy sowing with yellow rattle after the first grass nurse crop has been created. I genuinely do not see any concern or problem, and I've proved it to myself, that you can create MG4 grassland on soils that have high fertility if you use those methods. Now, looking at it in a broader picture, if what the Rule 6 is saying is you couldn't ever create, or there would be significant doubt, let's express it that way, significant doubt that you would achieve the compensation scheme, then quite frankly, we're all going to be in trouble with BNG, because most people who want to create habitats will go for arable because the baseline score is so low. So therefore, you're maximising the uplift, whatever you do to it. Most grasslands you wouldn't be using because they've got some value. So if the idea is you can't use arable land for this kind of creation scheme, then I do honestly believe that we're in big problems about how people would deliver the uplift when it comes into force at 10%. Some authorities are asking for 20% already. All the Kent authorities are asking for 20% through policy. Arable is going to be the point of choice. It's been done before. It's been done by the RHS, the Royal Horticultural Society, to show that you can create lowland meadow on rich soils. I've done it exactly the same, but on a smaller scale. I really don't have the concerns. Yes, it has to be set out very clearly what you're going to do and how you're going to do it. But I don't have any more concerns about reducing MG4, MG5 grasslands as I do any other mesocladic grassland, to be honest. And it's not a criticism of you, it's a criticism of my profession. I'm also a huge gardener. I've got several acres, but that is my passion. And I often find that ecologists talk about creation, having had no experience at all of ever having created something. They seem to think that it will take so long
to actually get to something of use, whereas I did it within 3 years. You do need to know what you're doing, but you can achieve it, and I don't have any doubts of putting that to the inspector and to the inquiry.
One thing, just a point of details about the legislative requirement for 10% you referred to. Was going to be November, now we're told it's January. I'm sure you know this already, just to be absolutely comprehensive about it.
Doesn't apply to schemes that are already in the pipeline. But it's a benchmark.
Yeah.
Sorry about
Yeah, that's okay. No.
that. I just didn't want one to teach me how to suck eggs. I've done it in the past.
I think the point about creating grasslands on arable is useful. There has been, as a profession, concern about creating these higher quality habitats, so lowland meadow, as opposed to other neutral grasslands, because you can see why, to make numbers work, you take arable, which is very low scoring, and you go to the top grassland you could create. So let's say lowland in this case, because it would get me more points, and how feasible that is. As a Wildlife Trust, we also create grasslands. So we do have that expertise, and we have that expertise of doing it in Northamptonshire. And that is why I would want much more information about how is it going to be done at this stage, because the problem about doing it down the line is you run into problems at that point. Now, creating a lowland meadow, yes, it's possible. We're not talking about an irreplaceable habitat, but it's, we've had 2 fields. We've done the same to both. One has taken really well, one hasn't. It's because ecology is not an exact science. We have yellowback on this side, and yellowback is a haymaker that can be used. But it's not an exact science. That's why there are risk factors used in the metric. That's why we've got a bespoke compensation plan. We really have to have the certainty that it could be achieved. And I don't have any of that certainty.
Can you get that certainty?
Yes, but I want to see soil fertility figures. Because without those soil fertility figures, you really don't know what you're dealing with. That sort of thing. And that's really been the underpinning of the ecology. Okay, well, I would say this is a group we haven't avoided here, but that's okay because we'll just do something over there. And our objection all the way through is, well, I don't think that something over there will just work. You can't just go out and sow some seeds. This is going to say what he's done on his patch of land, which is about a much broader scale here. And that's why Lowland Meadow is doing this bespoke compensation, because you have to take all these things into account. Now, I think it's probably really useful to say is I'm not looking for the exact minutiae at this stage. But what I would have expected is, we've talked about these problems, we have got a suitable site because we're doing that bespoke compensation for Lowland Meadow. That is a little bit more tricky.
Why were those particular fields chosen?
Sorry, sir, I didn't quite catch that.
Why were those particular fields chosen? Were they chosen because of their condition might lead to easier reproduction of the lowland meadow, or were they just chosen because somebody thought, well, they're not using those 5 fields?
have to be honest with you, I'd say I wasn't involved in the scheme, so I don't know why they were chosen. They are arable. I'm happy to, as I've explained to you, why I believe we would be able to produce MG4, MG5. Obviously, part of the process of that 106, there's got to be all of that detail delivered in terms of how we're going to do it, and people will be able to, the local planning authority will be able to consult and comment on it. But I've given you the 3 methods that have been tried and tested, not just by me, but by others, including the statutory authorities. So I have no concerns about it being produced. I will, though, say something on that point before on certainty. I don't want to be arguing against myself, but we're not in an outrage situation. It's not certainty beyond reasonable scientific doubt. The test is, you know, are we producing a display scheme that compensates for the loss of the grassland site? We're producing grassland 75% more of it, given the figures of the hectareage. Yes, it will need care and it will need detail associated with how we do it, but I don't believe we need that now to be able to make the decision, because whatever the situation is, whatever the fertility is, we can overcome that through one of those 3 methods, or all 3 if necessary. Take the crop off, deep plough it, and then oversow with yellow axle. Much higher density than you would for the normal grassland. So from my point of view, I don't think certainty is the test, but I'm very confident that we would be able to get an MG4, MG5 grassland.
Have we covered all of the 6 points in that discussion? Is there anything that we've missed?
Could I just say a couple more things? Firstly, I think we all recognise that biodiversity net gain is an emergent process. But in my rebuttal, I include a paragraph from Defra's consultation on biodiversity net gain regulations and implementations from January. When you need to provide what information. I'll just read the first tiny bit. So we recognise that it is important for planning authorities and communities to know what is being proposed in terms of biodiversity net gain early in the planning process. So although we don't have the secondary legislation yet, it is not unreasonable for us as a community to be asking for the information at this stage and not push it down the line to a point where we're going to run into problems about, actually, it's going to be really difficult on this field, we're going to have to put in so much effort. Is that what the landowner wanted in that situation? And that's why it's there. We don't want to be, nobody wants to be in that position later. The other thing I wanted to just highlight again is the connectivity of those 5 fields. If we're looking for a bespoke package, something that is a priority habitat, we really need to be looking at how they are connected as part of that scheme, how those hedgerows, how the field markets, all those sorts of things, particularly because we're taking one large field surrounded by woodland.
So can I just come back on a couple of those points? First of all, in terms of quote, the next paragraph then goes on to say this information is not as comprehensive as a complete biodiversity gain plan, which will not be required at this stage in recognition of certain circumstances where details of landscaping are not fully developed, or where the detail of biodiversity gain plans are
contingent on other matters such as site investigation rights. So I don't think there was any envisaging that everything had to be agreed and sorted up front. In terms of connectivity, so can I ask you to go to plan 2 to my rebuttal? See the areas shaded in yellow as the grassland shrubbery creation compensation scheme. The 2 middle yellow are joined with a piece of woodland. There are hedgerows going off in different directions. There are pockets of woodland belts that run on the western side. I don't get this idea that this is somehow blocks of MG4, MG5 grassland that are somehow in some kind of isolated desert with no connectivity. You just have to look at what's currently on the landscape. In terms of the concern, well, those features are not part of the scheme, that would be the same for any BNG. There is no way that you could bring forward a BNG scheme or a bespoke compensation scheme and control all of the connectivity associated with it. But at this moment in time, we have a landscape with lots of connectivity where these sites have been chosen. I just really don't accept the point that I think is being tried to be portrayed on that. The one thing that we're missing in all of this that we haven't mentioned is that, of course, these compensation areas will be managed for a minimum of 30 years. And even the Rule 6 told you earlier on, because it's quite correct, that grassland in particular, but most habitats require management. The grassland on the appeal site is already heavily scrubbed. It is already losing its interest. And without management, that will continue. So there is a contrast between a grassland that is going downwards in value and something that can be created and then managed for 30 years in terms of the update. So I just wanted to remind an inquiry about that benefit. Okay. I think we've covered everything.
Did I say one final thing about the section 106? In section 106, we don't need to spend a long time on this. Section called biodiversity works. There's a timescale, if you will, within the text there. So the plans would be submitted within 6 months of commencement. So at commencement, the habitat is lost. Within 6 months, there will be a plan written. We don't need to go over again how we're concerned about the feasibility of that. And then after that, we've got this bit where if the council don't agree to it, then they can get somebody else to agree to it, which concerns me, but perhaps I need a little bit greater understanding on that point. And then we move to the timescale for creation, which is, now I think it's probably paragraph 5.3, but there has been bits changed around, so forgive me if I'm wrong. Biodiversity management plan prior to that date is 2 years after the first occupation. So we have quite a distance between the two. Normally, as biodiversity net gain is getting going, we'd be looking for something within 12 months. After that, we'd be counting as delay. But perhaps somebody could take me through that a little bit more. I've misunderstood. And that is my last point. So.
Would you like to say something about this?
Well, it would be useful to clarify it now, and we can revisit it when we do.
When we do
section
106.
106, but it would be useful
The
to.
first of the points relates to paragraph 5.1 of schedule 1 of the 106, which is on paginated page 17. And there's essentially nothing unusual about what's proposed there. In the event that, for whatever reason, does not the council hasn't approved the plan within 6 months of submission, then either party, so also obviously the council too, can appoint an expert to look at the plan. It would be a chartered ecologist or a member of the Chartered Institute of Ecology and Environmental Management or something similar with a professional code of conduct. And that's, I mean, there's an obvious need to have that stopgap at the event, but for whatever reason, there's no, views on whatever's in the biodiversity management plan. And obviously that approach is standard and also agreed with the authority. As of course is the 5.3, which is the point about the second point, which is about 2 years after occupation. So the plan works, part of the plan had to get carried out prior to 2 years after occupation, which again is something that has been agreed by the authority. I don't know if it's in 2 years.
But reading that, we don't have any time within the 2 years. Well,
yeah, of course it can. Yeah, absolutely. The way this is drafted is a
stop. It's a backstop.
backstop.
So it doesn't necessarily mean that there will be a 2 year gap.
Well, of course, that's absolutely right in terms of the sequence and what this really means on the ground, as it were, literally. That will be in and be part of discussions over what the works are that set out in the plan. So those definitions appear on page 2 of the 106. There's an awful lot of detail to go into that under the 106. So yeah, yes, is the short answer. 2 years is the backstop, not the target or whatever.
So, on the timescales, given that the land is within the ownership of the applicant, and so why not have a year from commencement for the first planting season after commencement? Why the gap?
The authority service where they probably don't have anyone. That's where it came from. But we can come back to it at the 106 session.
Well, is there a link to condition 7, which is, although it's unfortunately titled on-site biodiversity.
Yeah,
It relates to what's happening off-site.
correct.
Yeah. Before any development commences, a detailed on-site, get the word on-site, assessment plan shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local authority. So nothing's happening on the site until that condition is
Correct.
achieved.
Yeah, that's right.
And then it says that will demonstrate by compensation shall be delivered and carried out with details.
Yeah.
So that it's effectively a scheme of works plus a timetable for implementation. It may need that just added in to clarify that it also includes a timetable. So before anything would happen on the site, if in the situation where planning permission is granted, that condition would ensure that the works to provide the year will be carried out within a free timetable, which would depends on the nature of the work.
It's kind of the works, exactly.
But it doesn't. It could be sooner rather than later. Sorry.
I think that was my point, it should be sooner.
Yeah, but it's not lost with this, with the wording of the section 106. I think the wording of section 106 it says is a backstop. Was it, you know, if at 2 years you haven't done anything, then there's going to be a problem. The condition is the one that is more relevant to your concern in terms of timing. Is that a correct interpretation?
Yes, and I think that the condition needs I read that but targeting in terms of its wording, because as you said, the title of the on-site PMP condition, when we go around what it's covering.
It doesn't make clear, but that implementation timetable.
No, yeah, absolutely, and that's it, absolutely, yes, it's all.
Implied in there and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think that might cover your concerns in relation to the replacement. But I do accept you still have reservations in relation to feasibility, which will not be ignored. Okay. I think we've covered everything.
Yes, sir.
Right. We've come to an appropriate time to adjourn for lunch.
I hope so. Yes, sir.
So in terms of achieving completion of the landscape cross-examination, are you still, well, we don't have to rise early today. We don't have an evening session.
Yes, sir.
In terms of evidence in chief, Mr. Forfeit.
Yes, the timetable assumes going over into tomorrow, but actually I think evidence in chief will be about 30 minutes.
Yeah, my cross-examination will be about, say, 45, something like that, which is, I don't know whether that's what I said before.
No, quite a lot less.
So it's a lot less, yeah, it's shorter than originally anticipated.
Okay, and then Mrs. Rockhurst.
About the same, 45 minutes in chief, and then
probably an hour for me, so yes, we
it should be doable, it's really.
And so that's still well within the time.
We're ahead of schedule.
Which is a nice place to be.
Good. So in terms of taking a break for lunch, how long do you want?
Your hands, Mark, we're happy with it, shorter than an hour or whatever.
There's two choices, 45 minutes or an hour. Which one do you prefer? It doesn't
We'll
matter.
go with the council. We're happy with that. 45 is fine,
So my maths are perfect.
is it 20 past then? 20 past,
So we'll say 125.
120.
We'll resume at 125.
Thank you, sir.
We'll adjourn and resume at 125.
Make sure that
Yes, I was going to ask you what other documents would be required.
the proofs coming and the proof is right from the proof there's the two factors, what we look at the site plan 2020. Yeah, the site plan that shows where the insects came from. But I think we can have that out. Oh, there we go. We're not sure where it is on the, it is on the website, but we're not sure which core document. We couldn't find it core document. So, so we want to make sure that, and then we want the site plan for 2022, which is Appendix 8.1c of the Environmental Savings Addendum, which is CD 2.1.3.
So sorry, do you want to repeat it? Do you have a plan number?
Well, it's CD 2.1.3 and CD 280. So in terms of plan numbers, we've got CD 280. No, it's got green going through the middle of the site, not of the site.
If it's CD 280, if you're after it, it's a plan number that ends 9100. BUC 009 PE 00 drawing A number 9100.
Oh.
Is it 2.8? Is that the one core document?
Yes, it was. It was the core document. So, CD 280.
It's called, is it right? It's called phase 1 site plan. Is that what it is? Yeah, phase 1 site. Yeah, it has got some green shading on it.
One with green shading on it.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, we would like the table of unit dimensions from this morning, the table of existing unit sizes and the aerial photograph. Yes, those proof from Mr. Bolton and the master plan 2022. I think it's the first time we've recorded. I think it's the last page of CD.
The 216 design development.
I would have thought it's in the 2.16, which is the design one. Yeah. Last page of 2.1.
Do you have a complete large scale plan to go through sites or?
I've got the original plans. There you go.
Oh, that's okay.
for what it's worth, that 2.1.3 reference, it is the same thing as the plan that appears on page 40 of 2.16.
Oh, okay.
Which doesn't matter, but it's the two versions of the same plan.
Thank you. Let's just go back to the plan, the very first one that you want me to look at.
So,
Well, got a CD to what? CD to
CV 2.1.3. It's basically a plan showing the internal landscaping and the inset.
that's 2.1.3 ES addendum appendix 8.1 C.
Yeah.
Part 3 front plan on that one.
It's 3, 5, and 6. Is that right?
Not to be cruel, Mr. Forsyth, but the CD list is the most complicated one I have ever seen.
We've got to take, I think, on our side, some responsibility for all documents. Probably not, but anyway.
So 3 is an overview, 5 is the showing where the insets are then done from, and 6 is the master plan. Okay, patience.
Yeah, it's taking a while to load. Right, shall we try and call?
Yep.
Yes. Right, so you turn off your microphone. Right. Speaker. See.
Hello?
Just, Dylan Lewis Cresser, are you there?
Yes, hello.
I can hear you. Just, I want to make sure everyone else has got their microphones off so we don't get feedback. I want to check that they can hear you. Can you just say something, 2 or 3 sentences? Right. Can you see me?
Yes.
Are you going to switch your camera on?
I can.
That would be useful. I want to see the whites of your eyes. Can everyone else see? All right, so if you would like to make your submission, you may, Mr. Simons for the appellants may have some questions. So far, he hasn't had any questions of people making representations, but there's always a possibility. Are you happy to answer questions if necessary?
I should do.
Right, okay, so if you'd like to make your points.
Yeah, thank you very much. So my name's Dylan. I'm a resident of Kettering, outside of Cambridgeshire. Unfortunately, I can't be there at the moment because I'm a university student studying for a master's degree in urban studies and planning at the University of Sheffield. I just wanted to make some points that I believe the development may contribute certain policies, agreed in joint core strategy, and I wanted to go through the ones that I believe may contribute. First of which is policy 15, well-connected towns, villages and neighbourhoods, particularly 15E, extending existing green infrastructure network into new development and linking existing open spaces together with either new green infrastructure or streets. As this site does border Kettering urban area, I believe the development would violate policy 15E, as it would not be linking existing open spaces and instead be destroying them and creating a more fragmented network of open space and fragmented community access to that open space. Policy 21B on Rockwool Forest, linking fragmented habitats to protecting and reinforcing beautiful woodland, particularly in and around urban areas supported through landscaping associated with development proposals. I believe this development could significantly damage the implementation policy 21B, as the site is home to various protected species and endangered species that are not found in surrounding areas. In addition, I checked that Weeksville Woods does contain ancient woodland, and as it does, it's dependent on surrounding, supporting natural infrastructure and ecological services. And I believe this development may risk compromising this ancient woodland from protecting and reinforcing supporting ecological services as per the policy. I also believe it may contravene policy 21D, protect or enhancing tourism and recreation attractions, supporting new green infrastructure and heritage attractions of a type of scale that can be accommodated by existing or new infrastructure and would strike an appropriate balance between visitor numbers, biodiversity, landscape, local community and heritage interests. I believe it might contravene this as new green infrastructure is not being developed on the site and is removing space utilised by visitors from the gravel side of all saints areas of Kettering, as many use the site for dog walking, running and being more connected to nature. We've seen how important connecting to nature is for people's mental health and physical health in the pandemic. Policy 24D on logistics, achieve the highest possible standards of design and environmental performance, maximising the use of sustainable design and construction techniques. I believe the development does not properly safeguard the natural environment in the area by destroying valuable habitat, like biodiversity and forest regeneration, particularly important linking back to policy 21 on Rockwool Forest, where it mentions forest regeneration. And I believe the most pertinent policy is policy 36, land in Kettering North. While this land has been put forward for employment use, sub-policy 36E states for a network of high-quality landscaping and green infrastructure which integrates development into the wider countryside and retains and enhances, where possible, the historic landscape and the ecological and recreational value of the site. I believe the proposal is not to retain and enhance the ecological and recreational value of the site, but to compromise it, particularly in regards to the recreational value. As I mentioned before, a lot of people from Ramside and also areas of Kettering use the site as being more connected to nature. Yeah, I believe the ecological value has already been demonstrated, but it's one of two major green spaces for people in Ramside and All Saints. The other one being the much smaller, much more urban Rockingham Road Pleasure Park. And so I believe the space can be invaluable both ecologically and recreationally, particularly linking that in with paragraph 175 National Planning Policy Framework, in which the development of the land is not of the least environmental or community value to the area. There are other sites in Kettering, in the North Kettering, that would not have such a detrimental effect on recreation and ecological value for the site. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Simons, do you have any questions? Mr. Simons doesn't have any questions. Thank you very much for your contribution. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. That was interesting. Right. Got all the documents now. If you could introduce your witness to the inquiry. I'm happy to take the proof as read. For you to identify those sections that you wish to particularly address.
Well, what the witness has done is basically tried to pull together all of the points from the various documents in some headline points that she wants to make as the entry. If I can introduce the witness, you're firstly, you're a member, you became a member of the Institute of Landscape Architects since 1974. And you're a chartered member of the Landscape Institute, and you've had 34 years experience, I think all of it in Northamptonshire or its predecessor councils. And I think it's fair to say you've had limited experience in public inquiries, but you have been in one before, I think. Is that right?
I'll just switch a line before
And
pull it towards you, and then
you step in for Mr. Lyon. So he apparently was unable to attend due to other inquiry commitments, you say in paragraph 3.
Yes.
Do you understand how he could have accepted the instructions and then dropped out?
I don't know.
No. But anyway, you've had to pick up the battle, so thank you for that. But you adopted evidence, you say, subject to some of the terminology you're going to use, but you adopted the key points. So can I ask you, please, what your key points are in terms of the landscape case?
Well, the proposal is not landscape-led and thereby fails to deliver what P36 requires: high-quality landscaping and green infrastructure which integrates with the development into its high-quality setting and the wider countryside and retains the recreational value of the site. It's too dense and too intense with very limited soft landscape internally. It's insensitive to its location. Okay, thank you. It's insensitive to its location, and it's harmful to users of the permissive paths to the northeast and the informal network of paths and the PROW to the south. Yeah.
Okay, so that's those are your headline points. Those will come through from the proof from Mr. Lyons. So let's just look at the scheme then and the scale of proposals. I think this is the first time the inspector in evidence at least that we've gone to the scale of proposals and the detail of the scheme. So could you please bring up a plan of 2022 proposals showing the sites? I think probably the best plan is CD 2.1.3, page 3.
Wonderful detailed landscape design over the few phase 1. If that's what I want to get.
Do you have it in this one? Okay, so and I'd also like you to have please the table from this morning about sizes of the units, because the inspector asked to be able to sort of see how this the scale. Okay, so what I would like to do, if possible, is to just work along, please, from Unit 1, so plot 1, and just with the table in front of you, and the inspector can perhaps annotate this or see as we're going along. That unit there is 97 metres deep, if we go north-south, and 70 wide. So,
I think all the market, I don't know whether, I think the market will be running out of batteries or something.
So, no. This here?
Yeah.
Yes. So we're going on units because the inspector asked us to understand the scale of units by reference to the tables. We've got the table now, we've got the plan. So plot one is the warehouse, sorry, the B2 unit on plot one is 97 metres deep and 70 metres wide. Then we get the HGV movement area between it and plot two. Then we get plot two, which is 103 metres deep and 51 wide. Is that answer that right? And then plot three is 103 metres wide along frontage and 72 metres deep.
Yeah.
And you can see the car parking to the east of plot three and the HGV manoeuvring areas to the south effectively. And we've got plot four, which is 65 metres long and 38 metres deep. And then the HGV manoeuvring areas between it and plot five for both of them, the HGV manoeuvring areas. Plot five, 73 metres long and 40 metres deep. And plot six, 76 metres deep and 51 metres long, again with the HGV manoeuvring areas between it and plot five. Is that all your understanding? And we've got the heights on the plan too. And can I then ask you please to take up Mr. Bolton's evidence? So I want to do.
Batteries won't be there.
We'll change it.
Try and use the other one.
Have you got Mr. Bolton's proof there?
Yeah.
Right. Could you go to page 7 of it, please? We've got the GIAs of the buildings. And we see a total of 33,000 square metres GIA at the bottom now, page 7, the table there.
Yes.
And I think we know from the evidence that was put in this morning, so the next table, the size of the neighbouring, size of the neighbouring building just from yesterday, wasn't it? Right, the size of the neighbouring building, we're just going to use Salvation Army as a sort of, as an example. Salvation Army, we can see on that document from yesterday, is 5343 square metres. And indeed, last bit here, you might as well look at Iron Kelly, but the existing Iron Kelly is 9,000 square metres. So you can see that on the aerial photos as well. And so we know that the scale is going to be about 6 times the Salvation Army, or about 3.5 times the IKM existing building. Okay, thank you. Now, and if one looks please at the range of the size of the buildings here in phase 1, you see that they range from about 2.4, I think it is, for plot 4, up to 10,675 for plot 1. Yep. And if we then move on, please, to the phase 2, what would be proposed in phase 2, just to give it so the inspector can get a feel for the difference in scale. Can we please have page 43 of this proof? And we see that floor, we need to look at the floor space column, I think, rather than the area, because the area is the total plot. The floor space figures range here from about 1.5 for plot 13 up to 5.6 for plot 8. And this Simon's will interrupt me if you think something. This is just to help make this out. But if we look please at the master plan, I hope they've got a master plan available to you. You can see that all of those buildings on plot 2, except 13 and 19, are split into 2 or more buildings. That's the master plan. You can see that the plots there, they have the buildings in white with the car parking around them. And you see that for each plot, apart from 13 and 19, they're shown as more than one building on each of the plots.
Yes.
And so what do you say then about the scale of the buildings in phase 1 compared to those shown on phase 2?
Well, it's obviously a very much more dense scheme, and the scale is very different. It's being compressed because of the surrounding woodland.
I'm just talking about the scale of buildings.
The scale of the buildings is incomparably. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Can we then look at the surrounding context? And there was a plan put in yesterday of Kettering Business Park. And I think also this morning there was a better one put in with yes, if we go to this morning's one actually, which is the surrounding neighbouring developments. Which shows all of the buildings, not just the warehouse, not just the 2 big buildings, it goes through all of the sites. So it's called, it's headed the heights of the neighbouring buildings. You have that one?
Yes, yeah.
But I'm not doing this for the height, I'm doing this for the plan. And can we look please, I mean the inspector will see all this in the site visit, but if we start from the Kettering Business Park number 16, that's a police station that we see there, that's a height of 6 metres. The inspector will see the footprint of it on the ground. Then we get the biggest building in this area, in this part of the site, which is the police training centre. See that?
Yes.
And then a series of other buildings, Beechwood buildings, I think they're called, which I think, do you recall how many stories they are?
Beechwood. I don't remember how many.
And then as we go, and the inspector will note the intensity or density or lack of it there. If we move down to then we see the Holiday Inn and the storage and the petrol filling station. And then obviously we go to the 2, the Salvation Army and the IKM building. Right. So that's the overall context. Can I ask you please to then, within that overarching context, can I ask you please to look at the internal landscape? And this is in the context, and this is Brockhurst at paragraph 6.10, accepting that there's limited opportunity for internal landscaping. I want to start, please, with the internal landscaping that was originally there on the original scheme, which is why I handed up the additional plan from earlier. And really, I want you to talk through your what's changed and what you say about the acceptability of the internal landscape.
Well, the original scheme was designed in a more generous way, and it extended into the surrounding woodland, and there was a lot of opposition to that. commented on the original application, criticised it on view of extensive woodland loss as one of their main criticisms, and in response to that, the units were redesigned and the whole scheme was compressed to just take up the actual meadow area, which has resulted in, obviously, in a loss of area that can be provided for soft landscaping.
Within the site.
Within the site, yes.
So can you talk through what was there in the original and what is there now?
The original design included much more in the way of sustainable urban drainage, more in the way of all sorts of planting, and also included a access through on the north side into the permissive path, which is an important feature that goes all around the periphery of the woodland that encloses the site.
Okay, let's take that in stages if we can. You say that there's a significant change in the SUDs and in landscaping. Can you just go around, please, from plot 1, plot 2, and just talk through what the significant changes are in your view?
There is less between plot 1 and plot 2. Plot 3 extends less far into the woodland compartment at the top, which I can't remember the reference number to. So it was closer to the permissive path on the top. And then as you come round, there is just less space for planting. And as you come down to the southern end, the distance between plot 6 and adjacent that has reduced considerably.
I think you used the term squash or
Squeeze.
Squeeze, yes.
Yeah.
And the we can see at the text, you can see the grey, which is the hard standing. What about the meadow, which we heard about that in the ecology session earlier, but the meadow that's been provided, what do you say about that? That's right for the southern part of the site.
The meadow, which is being retained, is at the southern extremity of the site. It's physically divorced from the woodland setting. It's on its own, and as was apparent with the discussion this morning on ecology, that's the less species-rich area. The value increases.
You're not here as ecology.
No, that is a point.
Okay. I'm going to quote from the policy now. To what extent do you think the scheme for internal landscaping produces high quality landscaping and green infrastructure?
Because it's been compressed and there's less space for landscape, it is very much dominated by hard standing for car parks between the units. And it's very much a scheme which has a central access, and there is a lack of green connectivity through from west to east.
And so in answer to my question about does it deliver a high quality landscaping and green infrastructure, what's your view?
My view would be that it's they've made the best they can of the limited space between the units, but the units are too big and too dominant and too uniform.
Thank you very much. Now I want to go on to a separate topic, which is the scale and the integration with the landscape. And can you explain to the inspector, free rein, please, just what your views are on how the proposals integrate into the, like quote again, integrate into the wider countryside, and separately are consistent with the high quality woodland setting?
I feel that it imposes itself in a totally insensitive way into the woodland setting. A part of the woodland setting is also the meadow and woodland setting, and there seems to be no acknowledgement of that because the layout is constrained by the root protection area for the retained woodland. So there's no integration. I believe that the plans indicate that there is to be a continuous hedge all the way round the site, so there's no permeability.
Can I just pause there for a second? Were you just saying there that the buildings go right up to the edge of the root protection area? Is that what your point was?
Well, they go as close as they feasibly can to the edge of the root protection area, so it's very confined. The sense that you have of looking through the trees where there's less distance between the path and the site, that is there's no sense of space. It's all compressed.
Were there other points you wanted to make on integration with the landscape?
I feel that we have to acknowledge that, there's going to be buildings here, but there's a quality about woodland adjacent to a meadow. I would say that the character of the site is of a glade or a clearing in a wood, and I know that the large buildings to the southern end are in the view and have to be taken into account, but it doesn't destroy that sense which is clearly enjoyed by local residents of walking around a sunlit meadow which feels like a glade surrounded by woodland and has a certain quality about it. If I had been looking to design this, to integrate built development into it, I would have tried to retain at least some of the valuable meadow habitat as a feature. It is not, none of it is retained within the built development to the north. And the scale of the buildings marches on upwards. It imposes itself with a great height against the woodland edge to the north. I feel that in design terms, it's unsympathetic to the adjacent built development, which is the other side of the woodland belt to the west.
I'm not sure there's any intervisibility between.
There's no intervisibility, but if you look at it in terms of blending into the rural context, there's a logic to saying that you have larger buildings to the front, as indeed we have got at the front of Weekly Hall Lane, and then scaling back with smaller buildings and more space as you grade back into the rural setting where the wildlife site is.
Okay, now we're going to move on to a comparison between what's proposed on phase 1 and what's shown as the campus business park on phase 2. Can you please go through, from by reference to the master plan, can you just go through what you regard as the key features of phase 2, and then examine whether those key features are replicated or present on phase 1.
Phase 2 is obviously a completely different approach with a different scale, with a fully integrated landscape scheme, sustainable urban drainage, planting. It's totally different in its approach. It's a human scale, whereas the phase 1 is an inhuman scale.
So do you want to go through and identify the specific features of phase 2 that contribute to that human scale?
Well, the smaller, very much smaller buildings, single, not even double story, smaller car parks, a lot of green space separating the different areas. It's could not be more different.
And if we look at the policy 36, I'm not asking you to tie the council to any decision on phase 2 at the moment, but if you look at policy 36, to what extent do you regard phase 2 as shown on the master plan as complying with the ambition of the policy framework?
I would say that it does comply, yes.
And what do you say about phase 1 in comparison with those factors that you've highlighted on phase 2? To what extent are they replicated on phase 1?
I would say they're not replicated in phase 1, but it's at odds with it.
Okay, can we then move on to the permissive path? The inspector, I think you said yesterday you've already been on the site, is that right?
Yes. This is the one that we're on
the eastern side?
Yeah.
But in the woods, not the track on the field, but one in the woods. Yeah.
just to be clear, I walked up the western side of the wood on the site.
Yeah.
To the top. There are paths that cut through to the more defined path, what we're talking about.
Effectively, the hard surface one that
came back that way.
So did you go up the west, along the north, and down the east? Or?
Yeah. Across the site of the diagonal, yeah, to the western edge.
Oh, sorry, where did you start from?
Started at the bottom of the site, the main road side. Main road. Up onto the site.
Yeah.
Okay. Diagonally across. This is a path that could no. Over to the western edge. Up to the top. And around. Down that eastern track. And then cut through the wood onto the what you're saying is the permissive path.
Right. So at some point you'll need to walk that path forward again, but also on the permissive effectively the hard standing path. But we're going to look at that path, the one that's described in the papers as the permissive path, between the north point of the path and the northeastern point alongside, basically parallel with the bottom of plot 3. So effectively an arc from the north round to the bottom of plot 3. And Mr. I'd like you to please explain what the experience is on that path now and what it will be like in the future.
Well, there's the main permissive path which runs from the southeast corner. When I visited the site, I started in that corner and walked up along the eastern edge of the woodland block and then up round to the north. So whereas with the previous scheme, an awful lot of that woodland would have been eroded, it is now a much more substantial block of trees between the proposed development and the path at the lower half. As you get further north, the further north you go, the nearer you get to where the buildings would be, and at the north east corner, from a certain point to another point, the plot 3 building would be very, very prominent and would very much alter your experience of walking around. As you continue on round, going in a westerly direction, the path takes you around and into the Kettering Business Park, which you almost come upon with a sense of surprise, because it is so hidden and divorced from the development site. But the scale, as I said before, I feel relates more to the scale of development in the business park at that northern end. It relates because it grades into the more rural setting.
Can you please deal with the point about the impact of the IKM and Salvation Army building on that experience as you're walking on that path in the north and northeast quadrants?
Well, you can certainly see them. There's no getting away from that, but it doesn't totally detract from the experience and the enjoyment of walking in what feels like a more rural location. It's a rural urban edge location.
Okay, finally, just recreational value. Have you seen any proposals to enhance the circular routes?
The access on the west side is to be enhanced, and that is where there will be a bit of loss of trees. I think about 12 trees will be removed, and I'm not completely sure from reading the landscape plan and the arboricultural impact assessment. I'm not completely clear on how that path is going to work, because yes, yeah, because the arboricultural impact assessment seems to indicate that there might be a boardwalk to reduce impact, but it is a gravel path that's shown on the landscape plan. But that's a detail. We acknowledge that the loss of trees is pretty minimal. That's not really the issue here. It's the loss of the context of the woodland, the lack of any sort of space around it, the fact it rigidly follows the root protection area has been prescribed.
Are there any routes, as you understand it, there was a route through the spine road of the phase one and went out the top onto the permissive route. Is that retained as far as you can tell from the plans?
No, it's the building on the revised plans. The plot 3 has been moved further to the south, so there's more space. Some of the visualizations are misleading because it appears that woodland compartment is dense.
What's the north of plot 3?
Yeah, and it's not dense. It's extremely fragmented with a certain amount of natural, what appears to be natural regeneration.
And the question was about whether
there's no way through shown on the proposed plans. There's no way through anywhere other than coming in from the west of the Kettering Business Park at the southwest, and going between the existing building and the proposed on plot 1, which allows a little opportunity for a bit of soft landscape work with some more ornamental sort of provision, and then That's the only part where there's any, apart from the lower bit where the meadow is being retained, it's the only bit where there's any sort of significant landscape, soft landscape provision.
The inspector on his site visit will see a network of informal paths through the meadow at the moment. In the scheme, are you aware of any path or route through the development to allow you access through the development site, the effective the development footprint to any of the amenity areas beyond?
Well, I've been to the site twice, once on an extremely wet Sunday afternoon and once within working hours in a weekday afternoon, and there are always people around. It's clearly very well used, and the paths within the meadow, there are ways you can see where people go through from the meadow into the wood along the east side, not the west side, because there is a clear way in, and there appears to be a slight bund along that eastern edge of the wood.
My microphone keeps turning off, sorry. Are any of the informal paths replicated within the development footprint at all in terms of any routes through?
No, there are no routes through, and the site appears to be very inward looking. The hedge that is proposed all around the periphery of the site would prevent access. I believe that the hedge is intended to ultimately grow above eye level, so that the argument would be that people on the permissive path going through the wood wouldn't really see the units through the trees because of the hedge. But part of the pleasure of the walk through the woods is the play of light from the open meadow area, you know, through into the woodland, and that will be lost. The character of the wood, the woodland experience will change.
I think that's everything. Thank you very much.
Mr. Simons, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Weber. Right. Right. So just a few topics in cross-examination then. The first one is, just so everybody knows what we're going to do, just a few questions about how you came to be involved. Then we'll talk about the context and the character of the site. And then finally a few questions on the relevance of what's in the planning policy. So obviously you're not the planning witness, goes without saying, so lots more detail on all the planning stuff later in the inquiry, but just to the extent it's informed your landscape approach, that's what I was really interested in. So, first then, the nature of your instruction. Obviously it was touched on in your evidence in chief, and you touched on it in the rebuttal that you put in. When were you approached to defend this part of the council's case at this inquiry?
Towards the end of October.
When was the first time that you saw the proof of evidence that Mr. Lyons had submitted to the inquiry?
At about that time. But it was amended because he originally, as indeed did I originally, when looking at the great number of drawings of information, assumed that some of the woodland was being lost.
You're looking at the original, the pre-woodland retention scheme.
So he revised his proof in the light.
Revised it. Okay. You saw did you see the revised one when you were instructed?
Yes. Yes. Oh, and I think, I can't quite remember if it was, I think he revised it after I'd seen the original one.
So you revised it after you'd
Yeah,
approached to
I
appear?
think so, yes, I think so.
When did you accept the brief, if you like, to act on behalf of the?
At the end of October.
Oh, when you were approached.
Yeah.
When was the first time you visited? You said you visited twice.
I can't actually remember the date. It was probably early November.
So at the time that you took on the brief, as it were, the situation was that you'd seen the original proof, as it were,
Yes.
So at the time that you instructed, that you accepted the instruction, if you like, to appear, and decided to sign up to defend the council's case, you'd seen the original proof of Mr. Lyons that referred to the wrong scheme.
Yes.
You knew that he was going to be updating it.
Yes.
Although presumably he must have known that he wasn't going to be speaking to it.
Yes.
Right, so he was going to be updating it, but not
Yes.
speaking to it.
Yes.
Did you have a hand in updating it with it?
No.
Okay. Anyway, this is all at the end of October.
Yeah.
And you visit the site sometime thereafter.
Yes.
So just to be absolutely crystal about it, you accepted this brief, as it were, without visiting the site, without even seeing the final version of the proof of evidence that Mr. Lyons issued.
Yes.
How did you know then that you were going to support the reason for refusal?
Well, I read the original, I read his original brief. I went out on site and.
No, sorry, just to be clear, sorry to interrupt you. You went out on site afterwards, that's what I'm saying. You'd agreed to appear at the end of October, and you went out on site at some point in November for the first time. But what I'm confused about is how you were able to sign up to the team, if you like, and say, I'll defend the reason for refusal without even, setting foot on the site.
Well, because I looked at it on plans, I knew where it was.
You knew where it was. All right. Okay. Right. Okay. Thank you. That's all I'm going to ask you about that. You do say when you're explaining in your proof of evidence that you're stepping in for Mr. Lyons, that you concur with his analysis. You've reviewed it thoroughly. So that's a good start. You say in some respects you wouldn't have worded it as he's worded it, you agree with the key points.
Yeah.
That's obviously, that takes me trying to ask you questions about it. So far, it's good, obviously, from my point of view, that you say you agree with the key points, because I know that you two are aligned so far as that goes. But is there anything, when you say you wouldn't have worded it as he's worded it, I don't want this to be over, push you too far. Is there anything specific that you had in mind there?
There's nothing that I would specifically disagree with. It's just he words things in a way that I wouldn't have worded them.
Fair enough. So it's all about phrasing, but there's nothing of any
substance.
No. Okay, nothing material you disagree with. Fine. Okay. And again, to state the obvious, but just to set the context for what you do say, you've not, as part of this exercise, done any sort of LBIA style analysis.
No.
And you've not set out either, or he didn't, but then you haven't either in his proof or your proof. There's no methodology or no consideration of an appropriate methodology at all.
It is mainly on photographs.
Yeah, no, I know. It's the methodology that you use when reaching an analysis on landscape characteristic.
Oh, yeah.
It'd be fair to say you've not set out one.
Well, if you're talking about the landscape and visual impact assessment, I mean, he refers to the one that was presented, obviously, in his proof.
Yes, absolutely, he does. But I'm saying to the extent that you set out your own story. I know that the LBIA has one.
Yeah.
As it should. You've not done an LBIA style analysis, which is obviously absolutely fine. So but just to understand what you have done is not supported by any sort of explanation of your methodology. It's just your opinion.
Well, it's following what he has said and interpreting what he's said, which I don't have a problem with.
But he's not either. you two together, you and Mr. Lyons, so I don't think there's anything in this really, but just to be clear, Mr. Lyons didn't, nor do you, explain to the inspector what methodology you have followed in order to reach the conclusions that you set out in your evidence.
Well, it follows the, what's in the Landscape Institute, the GLBI guidance, isn't it? That's what's.
I'm not answering that one, you've got to tell us,
Yes.
where does it explain that?
Well, that is what is in the Lockhart Garrett submission, isn't it?
I'll leave that. I did ask a few times. You tell us about your experience in your proof of evidence. You've been at this council for over 30 years. You've worked on landscape plans, assessed proposals, landscape officer, you provided advice, all sorts of things. Have you done any LVIAs, say in the last decade or so, under Glivia 3? You prepared LVIAs?
I haven't prepared one, I've only looked at what has been submitted with planning applications.
Thank you. You confirmed again, just by way of scene setting, but you did make a comment in your oral evidence about the ecological implications of grass. It's something you touch on fleetingly in your proof of evidence. You're not here to give any evidence on ecology. It's no part of the council's case to object on ecology.
Well, it's difficult for the council to object on ecology because it's been allocated for development.
Okay. Come back to that one. Thank you. Right. Now, let's get to the site itself, its context. What can we agree? We can agree that the site is not subject to any landscape designations of any kind at the national, regional, or indeed local levels, policy or guidance, nothing.
Well, it is of local landscape value.
Please try and answer the question. I know you're not trying to be, you're not trying to not answer the question. I've not said it's of no value. I've asked about designations, okay? So let's just start at the beginning. Our site is not subject, is it, to any landscape designations of any sort, nationally, regionally, locally, statute, policy, guidance, nothing.
Well, part of it's local wildlife site.
Please.
Okay, I will accept what you say.
But it's not a sort of trick. You've got to try and have the inspector. I asked you about landscape designations. You confirmed you're not an ecologist. We just sat through 3 hours of evidence on ecology. So let's just have one more go, and then if you answer the questions straightforwardly, we'll move through this really quickly, and we'll be done. If you don't, it will take some more time. Our site's not subject to any landscape designations of any sort at any tier of policy, guidance, or law, is it?
No.
And it's not a valued landscape within the meaning of the framework.
Well, I would say it is valued. It is of value, of local landscape value. If you won't accept that, well, you know.
No, it's not what I'd accept. We agree, don't we, that 174A of the framework refers to valued landscapes about which there's loads of, as I'm sure you're aware, guidance from the Institute, case law, and we are a particular policy protection ascribed to landscapes which are valued, quote unquote, in the meaning of 174A. You have never once asserted, and do not assert now, do you, that this is a valued landscape within the meaning of 174 framework?
Okay. Yeah.
Do you say, yeah, do
yes. Yes.
Okay. Right. Indeed, if you take out, just for a moment, do you have the core strategy? Sorry. I should have mentioned. The whole thing, this is early on in this. Oh, you know, you turn into the core strategy, which is called document 5.1, to page 16. PDF page 16, real page 16 as well. We can see just at a very high level the environmental designations that exist within Northamptonshire. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a whole range of high-level environmental constraints which confer, serious policy protection in different ways, and indeed sometimes legal protection too. Yeah.
Yeah.
And none of them impinge on the site that's being proposed. So we talked about ancient woodland earlier on, but the site doesn't include any of that, and it doesn't indeed impinge on any of the areas that are set out there.
Well, it's not ancient woodland, is it? Part of it is ancient woodland.
No, it's not. It's not. The site doesn't include any ancient woodland. We've been over it. Is it your understanding that any of the designations on this legend apply to the appeal site?
No.
Okay, good. Now, in Mrs. Brockhurst's evidence, I don't know if you've got that.
I have,
Thank you so much. If you could turn it to page, page 14. Where she says at 3.3, have you got 3.3?
Yeah.
Yeah. She says that the sites out with are not associated with a number of different things. So any statutorily designated landscapes, local landscape designations, so A, G, and B, land which is designated as the important ecological site, conservation area, mean valley nature improvement area, ancient woodland, and then these other things as well. The SPA area. Is there anything there that you disagree with?
Well, the local wildlife site has some credence in this.
Okay, so local wildlife site, LWS. Is there anything else that you want to add in terms of designations?
No.
Right, so I think we're agreed then on what the broad picture is. Indeed, if we take out one of these overhead pictures, maybe the one. Take out the one that I handed out yesterday, which is the one that goes to 10. It goes from 1 to 10 on the table at the front. It's called North Kettering Business Park Unit Sizes and Occupiers. It goes from 1 to 10. Yeah, that's the picture. You've got there's a table that goes with it as well. The second sheet, underneath the top table. You've got a table on top of your pile. Go one page. Right, sorry. Yes. That's brilliant. Thanks a lot. That's what I was after with the 10 numbers. No trouble at all. So we can see, and again, this is stating the blindingly obvious, but we've got to start at the beginning. That there is already a very extensive industrial and logistics development that exists to the north of Kettering.
Yes.
To the far side of the A43, we've got the Prologis, I'm pronouncing that properly, Prologis Park, where we've got unit sizes well, the biggest one is number 1, which is the Argos unit of some 65,000 square metres. And then you see where I'm at.
Yes.
And moving on, we've got Link Line at 22,000, Iron Mountain at 8,500. That's number 3. You see what that one is?
Yes.
Just again to put things into perspective for the inspector, at 8,500, number 3, that's Iron Mountain. That's considerably larger than any of the V8 units proposed as part of the scheme.
Yes.
We've got number 4, Sea Logistics, again, well, 37,000, and all the way round to our side of the A43, when the 2 buildings that are annotated on this plan are the 2 which are the closest to the appeal site, which is to say number
8 and 9.
8 and 9, that's right. 8, the Salvation Army building, and 9, the IM Kelly building. Right?
Right.
Salvation Army just over 5,000 square metres, right?
Right.
Which is bigger than 3 of the B8 units proposed. Yeah. And about the same size as plot 2, which is 5,430 square metres. Yeah.
Yes.
And IM Kelly phase 1, which is number 9 there, is 9,278 square metres. Yeah.
Yes.
And so just again for the inspector to try and put that into some put some relativities on that. The IM Kelly building, phase 1 IM Kelly building, is considerably larger than any of the B8 units that are proposed as part of the appeal scheme.
However, it's not higher, it's lower.
Right. Okay. Thank you. But in terms of its, you agree on the floor area side?
Yes, but not that the height
Not
is
on the
significantly lower and the ground rises from the south to the north. It rises appreciably.
You say that this is in your paragraph 7. Just make sure I'm getting you right. You say that so in your paragraph 7, just over halfway down, you say acknowledge the visual impact of the buildings in this location to the south of the site. You say the buildings to the west of the development site, from where the pedestrian access will be extended into the site through the existing woodland, are small scale. Right?
On the business park, yes.
And so that, just to be clear, I imagine what you mean, you must mean, do you, that we're not there talking about buildings 8 and 9?
No.
No, right, fine. So you say it's the ones further towards the A43?
Yes.
Okay, so 8 and 9 you don't think are small scale?
No.
No, right. I assumed not, just wanted to be clear. But 8 and 9 form the more immediate context to the appeal side. There is, as you termed it earlier, I think that Mr. Paulsby termed it as, visual
intrusion.
Vision. Well, okay, interconnectivity. You can stand on the appeal side and see buildings 8 and 9.
Indeed.
So this appeal site has an immediate context to buildings that you think of as being large buildings.
Yes.
Okay. And that's the existing context. So there's an existing context of large industrial buildings. Right?
Yes.
But there's more to come, isn't there? Because immediately on the plan I'm looking at to the left, but as we know, it's sort of immediately to the east of building 9, you may have it up yours.
Yes.
The inspector should be able to see, he's got maybe the overhead that was handed in this morning, I think it's printed out in a slightly different way so that you can see phase 2. Immediately next to IM Kelly phase 1 is an area of land that you can sort of make out in
Being cleared.
It's been cleared. And that's IM Kelly phase 2.
Yes.
And what that involves is in 2021, this is all explained in this broadcast evidence, obviously, just to cut to the chase, the council approved a B2, B8 building to expand IM Kelly's existing operations, which are in building 9, out into this area that's been cleared to the east.
It has, as I understand, got outline consent.
Yes, thank you. And do you remember what the scale is of that building?
I don't know.
It's 8,795 square metres. When you say you don't know, you're obviously aware of it, but you didn't remember the figure off the top.
No.
So the council has approved a building on that cleared area next to Iron Kelly Phase 1 of 8,795 square metres, and it did that in 2021.
Yes.
That land is immediately, well, it's immediately to the south of us. Obviously, we can see where it is, but yes.
Yes.
So we've got two buildings there, Iron Kelly Phase 1 and then the forthcoming Iron Kelly Phase 2, which are both larger than any of the B8 buildings that are proposed in this scheme.
Yes.
To the extent that there is an immediate context of large buildings as you see them at the moment, there will, in the future, be a context of even more large buildings than there are at the moment.
Yes.
In the council's assessment of this Iron Kelly Phase 2 building, and again we can go to the documents if you like, but you might not need to. The conclusion in respect of landscape and visual impacts for Iron Kelly Phase 2 was that the impacts would be marginal.
I have read that. I personally would not agree, but I would say that they are that the buildings to the south of the proposed development site relate more to the Weekly Hall Lane, and I maintain that there's a logic to having a gradation back into the rural setting at the northern end, but continuing the march of even bigger buildings as the ground level increases right hard up to the edge of the woodland is a poor way of doing things.
Just turn to page 17, which is Brockhurst's proof of evidence. And she sets out there an extract. It's in the core documents, the whole report. But we don't need to turn it all up. The case officer considers and agreeing with the landscape response from Northamptonshire Council. So that's the landscape consultant, one of your colleagues, presumably not you, who was writing this one, alas, which notes that when assessing the proposal, we're talking about IMK Phase 2. It's clear that due to the existing landscape baseline condition, both on site and in the surrounding area, the development will only have a marginal impact on both visual amenity and landscape character.
I would not agree with that.
No, I'm just asking about what your colleague decided when your council, on whose behalf you're appearing, decided to grant permission for this in 2021. That's what it says. The baseline condition on site and in the surrounding area, we're part of the surrounding area, aren't we? The appeal scheme. We're immediately surrounding.
Yes.
Yeah. So to the extent that the council has reached a view on the quality of the baseline condition on the Iron Kelly site and its surrounding area, the inspector, given that we are in that surrounding area, might decide it's a useful place to start in evaluating the quality of the condition of this landscape.
Well, I still maintain that it is a different context as you move further towards the rural edge, and it should be a transition.
If site preparation works, clearing works haven't started on the IM Kelly Phase 2 site, which we can see from one of the overhead images that they have done, that site would be indistinguishable from the appeal site. They're part of the same landscape area.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
But as I understand the value of the grassland in ecological terms at the southern end is not quite such good as at the northern end.
That's again a very helpful qualification. You'll remember that I'm not asking you about ecology because that's not your area of expertise. We presented no evidence on it. I'm asking about landscape character. the Iron Kelly Phase 2 site indistinguishable from the appeal site. They share the same landscape character. We don't just
Yes,
agree.
but the nature of the grassland is part of the character. It is the experience of people who walk through the meadow. It is that experience of the meadow, and as was elucidated by some of the local residents yesterday, that sense of space, that sense of being out in an open meadow.
Open meadow. So your take is that in order for a scheme to come forward which would be acceptable on this site, it would have to retain a sense of there being an open meadow.
Some small remnants of it could be incorporated with, yeah.
Right, so are you saying that, so we don't need an open meadow, but you're saying what we need to ensure is small remnants of an open meadow?
Incorporated into the design, that is how I would approach it, try to retain some small elements of it.
Small
adjacent to the woodland that it is adjacent to.
I'll ask you more about that in a moment. Small remnants of an open meadow. Okay. Right, and what the jump that you're asking the inspector to take then with you is from a world where the council's position, not yours, but your council's position is that the Iron Kelly building, Phase 2, larger than any of the BA units on our site, has marginal impact on landscape character and is acceptable. To our buildings have, well, very substantial, that kind of thing, impact on landscape character and are completely unacceptable. That's the way this works.
That's what I would feel, yeah. That at the density and scale that they are, we acknowledge that there is going to be development, but it's the height and the density and the scale.
Have you calculated what the density is of the scheme?
I can't remember quite what the density is.
Okay.
It's a general sense of built form and very little soft landscape.
A general sense of built form is what you object to?
The density of it, yeah.
So the density, which you've not calculated, but you have a sense of, leads to a general sense of built form. It's that sense to which you object.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And we agree, but we say it's on the walk, but there are photographs in the papers that we can turn to if it would help. We agree that when we are thinking about the Salvation Army building and indeed the Iron Kelly Phase 1 building that's already there, both of those exert a visual influence over the site and they have implication on its character at the moment.
Yes.
Okay.
But as one has been observed, if you have your back to them and you're looking at the woodland in its open setting, you don't see it, of course, because the business park is very well screened.
Right. If you're not looking at
and a lot of people, as you can see from the aerial photograph, it is hugely traversed by pedestrians, and they will be half of the walking, well, they could walk south to north up the side of the wood and experience without seeing the commercial buildings, industrial buildings, out onto the permissive paths and walk back along through the wood without actually, once they got past the Iron Kelly site, they would be not seeing that, they would be seeing the more rural setting.
Thank you. Now, let's consider what implications, if any, the fact of the site's allocation for a minimum of 40 hectares of major industrial uses has on your evidence. So currently, the appeal site comprises an area of 23 hectares, and the wider allocation is 75 hectares. The appeal site is 23.
Yeah.
It comprises essentially grassland and woodland.
Yes.
And the appeal site is part of a wider allocation in the council's plan that you've turned up in your evidence and you've already and the wider allocation requires at least minimum 40 hectares of business uses, B1, B2, B8, and also at least approximately 3 hectares of leisure uses, which is in B2.
Yes.
The council's positive intention is that this site will change.
Yes.
It will not just be a minor change, it's going to be an enormous change from the situation that subsists on the site at the moment.
Yes.
The change, which will be enormous, will have implications, inevitable implications in landscape character terms.
Yes, but it can be done more sensitively and adhere to the policies in 36 with making more provision for connectivity, higher landscape provision.
Yeah.
And
So we agree as a starting point when the inspector comes to consider the acceptability or not of what's on offer here, that the baseline is, if you like, that enormous change to the landscape character of this site is inevitable, and indeed is positively what the council is seeking to achieve.
it is what is in the policy, yeah.
Okay. And that's landscape character, but it would also be right to say that enormous impacts on views, so the visual impacts on receptors, those are inevitable too.
Inevitable, but they could be better, much better.
You mentioned in your evidence in chief that one of the problems you have with the proposal is that it fails to retain the recreational elements of the site.
Recreational as in walking.
Yeah, but again, impacts on recreational elements of what's currently an open grassland site that people can walk across or whatever are an inevitable consequence of allocating a site for industrial uses.
You could still integrate some connectivity with greenways going through it.
Right.
Because the only access is in from the west, where some of the trees will be lost. And then you will have, in order to get across into the woodland, you'll have to divert all the way down and round.
I think we might be talking cross purposes. You said that what's there at the moment, as I understood you, maybe I misunderstood you, in terms of the recreation elements of the site, your problem was, you explained to Mr. Falstick, that those elements would not be, quote, retained. That's what you said.
Well, the walkability, the access, because it's going to be completely enclosed with a hedge and possibly fencing.
Yeah, but I've understood it right. Your objection is, one of your objections is that the recreation elements of the site will not be retained.
Well, no, not if you can't walk through it.
But my point is that impacts on the recreational elements of the current site are obviously an inevitable, completely unavoidable consequence of its allocation and development for industrial uses, aren't they?
But I don't see why there can't be more connectivity through the site as it's supposed to be.
All right. Now, you referred in your evidence in chief to this idea of things being bunched up. I'm paraphrasing, you used a different term. Bunching things up, compressed together. And you talked about how that was a consequence of the change that occurred through this scheme from the earlier version of the scheme, where the buildings were more spread out, if you like, and had impacts on woodland.
Yeah.
To the current version, where the woodland is being retained, but the buildings are closer together.
Yes.
I don't know, Inspector, do you have in your mind's eye what the two versions of the scheme look like? Would it assist to actually have a look? I don't know whether the old and the new, if you like. The old one. Yes. Okay.
So in the old one, as it were, you've got the old, the original layout. I can give you a reference if that would help. You may have your own. You can take that. Thank you so much. So in the old one, the original scheme, the one that was the subject of the first proof of evidence from Mr. Lyons, the buildings are further apart, essentially. I mean, there's lots of differences, but just one of the differences is that the buildings are further apart. They're less compressed, as it were.
Yes.
But as a consequence of that, there's chunks of woodland which are removed as part of the development of that scheme.
Indeed.
And by the way, thank you, just to set the scene. And if we look at any number of the plans that have the existing proposal before the inspector, don't mind where you look, the buildings are closer together, broadly speaking.
Yes.
But the woodland is retained.
Yes.
Okay. Do you oppose amending the scheme in order to retain the woodland?
No, because obviously people want to keep as much of the woodland as possible.
Good. So on the principle of amending the original, with the impact of retaining the woodland, you and I and both of our teams, we agree on that. That was a good move, if you like. A step in the right direction.
Well, it was in response to the criticism of the first scheme by Place Services.
Yes, exactly. But it was, as we've heard, you don't agree with all of the things that your colleagues necessarily have to say. But on this one, you are agreed that step of avoiding impacts on woodland is a good thing.
Not least because if it had extended into the woodland, there could have been a ongoing effect with exposing trees that are internal to the woodland, which would then be exposed. So from that point of view, you could have lost even more than was apparent on the plan.
All right, so we're on the same page there then, that you say a positive step to go from the earlier version to the version that avoids any impacts on woodland, any removal on the woodland.
Yes.
You say then your prescription for the site is we must retain the woodland so far as possible. We must not touch the root protection areas either.
Yes, also I do think it's going to be quite difficult to adhere to the root protection area, especially because of the level changes across the site, but that's not what we're discussing.
Okay, thank you. So we've got some challenges to deal with, haven't we? We've got to keep the woodland for reasons that you've explained and reasons that the ecologists went into earlier on today. We've got to not touch the root protection areas. And then we're left with this point that you mentioned earlier about the grasslands. You talked about how we need to retain so far as possible what you call the glade character of the existing open grasslands.
Yes, that's
so we've got quite a lot to do here. Where in your evidence do you explain how all of that, retaining the woodland, not touching the root protection areas, retaining the glade character of the grasslands is consistent with what the policy actually requires, which is a significant tranche of industrial development laid out across an allocated site?
I would still say that it could be made less dense and more allowed, and maybe that would mean a bit of alteration on other sites. But it's
on other sites?
Yeah.
Which ones?
Well, there could perhaps be a bit more on the, but this is part of the problem without having an approved master plan.
Yeah. Is it? Which other sites do you have in mind? Where else? Where could take up the slack, do you think?
Well, it's not proven to me that we have to have so many big buildings on this site.
Right. Okay. None of that was interesting, but not my question. The question was that you've told us about all the things that we can't change. The woodland, the glade character of the grassland, the root protection areas, all understood. Right. So you say that the site's too dense. So have you considered, where in your proof do you consider how we can produce a
a policy compliant industrial development on this part of land whilst doing all the things you want to do?
Well, it's a policy to develop the site. It doesn't say that it has to be that number of buildings, does it? Of that size.
Right. No, okay. Like I say, I won't ask you loads of detailed policy questions. It's just last go, and then I'll just move on. Where in your evidence do you explain how all of the things that you consider to be landscape imperatives, the woodland, the glade quality of the grassland, root protection areas, all of that is actually consistent with developing the site in accordance with what the policy expects? Do you consider it in your proof or not? Shall I answer like that to give you a yes or a no?
Well, the proof talks about the quality of landscape and doesn't consider that it's a landscape-led design. That is a basic assertion, isn't it? But it's not a landscape-led design. If it was designed with more sensitivity, you could perhaps get the development and some wins for the landscape as well. But as it is, there's very little in terms of win for the landscape. I know we've retained the woodland, but
You don't consider that to be a significant win?
that is a significant win for the woodland, but there is very little win in terms of the grassland, which is the poorer bit at the very south end, divorced from the woodland setting.
Something's got to give, hasn't it? But this isn't the end of allocated site. All there is woodland and grassland. If you're going to retain all the woodland, don't you appreciate that the knock-on for that is that you're going to have to develop on the grassland? I mean, that.
Of course, you have to develop on the grassland, but couldn't you keep some of it as an element, as the existing character? Just keep some of it.
Okay, I've asked you a few times about where in the proof you consider that, and you've given your answers. You consider, and you explain in your evidence in chief, that phase 2, as shown in the master plan, is supportable from your point of view.
Well, it's very much a preliminary master plan, but it appears to look very promising.
It appears to look very promising. You told Mr. Fallsby that it would accord with the policy.
Yes.
Good. All right. Well, that's good. Have you actually assessed that one of your problems is with density? Have you considered what the comparative densities of the two schemes are, phase 2 versus phase 1?
Haven't done an analysis of the density. Right. It's just as it appears visually. As it appears
to you visually. All right. Well, maybe we'll come back to what the answer is to that question later. Right. Now, one of the elements of the policy, which is in dispute between the main parties, relates to this language of small-scale V8.
Yes.
This is not, to be clear, my opportunity to ask policy questions about what that very interesting phrase may or may not mean. All of that's later in the inquiry with Mr. Bennett. But just so I understand how that fits into what you say about landscape, you say at paragraph 6 of your proof, you say right at the bottom of the page of the start of paragraph 6 that you'd argue that the requirement for small-scale V8 does provide a basis for challenging the size and height of the buildings proposed. Yeah?
Yes.
Now, just to be clear, so that we understand how your evidence slots into the council's wider case, on the interpretation of that phrase, on what that actually means, and all the rest of it, on what small-scale V8 means, you presumably rely on Mr. Bennett, the planning witness.
Yes.
So your evidence, as I understand it on landscape, rests on the assumption that the VA unit, the bit that we have another go at saying that, your evidence on landscape rests on the assumption that the V8 units which are proposed as part of this scheme are not small-scale V8.
No, quite to the contrary, that they are small-scale. That is absolutely the policy. It says small-scale V8.
No, I know. I think we're talking about going to cross purposes. But just to be absolutely clear. Just listen to the question. We agree. So don't misunderstand me. Your evidence on landscape, the inspector, is predicated on the assumption that you take from Mr. Bennett's evidence that the units for B8 which are proposed as part of this scheme are not small scale, i.e. they're big.
No, the ones that have been shown are not small scale, no.
Yes.
15 to 16 metres high is not small scale.
Yeah, no, I know that's you. So can you agree with me then that there's a language in the policy that talks about small scale BA. You don't give evidence what that means, Mr. Bennett does.
Right.
So your landscape evidence that you say that term small scale BA gives you your basis for challenging the size of these buildings. As I understand the way that the council's case slots together, the evidence on the meaning of that language, that term, comes not from you but from the planning witness, and so you rely on him.
Yeah.
Which means that your landscape evidence is predicated on the assumption that he's correct, and that the units proposed here, which are B8, are larger than small scale B8.
They are larger than small scale B8, yes.
Right, so if it turns out that the inspector disagrees, we're not coming to the planning policy argument until later in the inquiry. If the inspector decides that all 5 of the B8 units are small scale B8s, then the policy basis you rely on of your paragraph 6 for challenging their size and height falls away.
If that is the case, logically, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Next thing on this policy hook on which you rely. Small scale B8 in policy 36, it only applies to B8.
Small scale B8, yeah, that's what it says.
Yeah, yeah. The largest of the buildings proposed is not B8. The largest building is B2.
Yeah.
The council takes no objection to the B2 building. Mr. Bennett calls it a large B2 building. He says it's welcomed and a significant benefit of this proposal. You're aware of that?
Yes. It's more to the front of the, as I say, I'm talking about a gradation.
Yeah.
Rather than imposing, in effect, 16 metres high at the highest point of the site at the far end, hard up against the existing
yes.
wildlife site.
So just to work through though the logic of what your case looks like, we accept, you agree then that B1 or B2 buildings on this site can be, quote, large. I say quote, that's a quote from the paragraph 50 of your council's opening statement. I think from what you just said that we do agree that that's the decision, because the B2 building, which is plot 1, is large, and there's no objection to it. In fact, it's welcome, it's a significant benefit.
It's at the southern end.
Yeah, yeah, but we agree, do we or not, that on this site, B1 and B2 units, firstly, that they're not constrained, are they, by the requirement to be small scale, whatever that means?
Well, it doesn't actually say that. Obviously, it doesn't actually say that, but you're not proposing an office block of sort of 18 metres, would you, logically?
Try and help me if you can with straightforward answers to the questions. There's a requirement that any B8 be small scale, whatever that means. But there's no equivalent requirement for B1 or B2.
It doesn't state that, no.
Okay. And indeed, as I say, your council's position in their opening at, let me just read it out to you, paragraph 50 of the 50 says that the council, your council, accepts that the allocation allows for B1, B2 buildings that could be large.
Well, you just said it, yes.
And that's correct, that's your understanding too.
Yes.
And indeed, not only did they say that, but we had the opening statements.
Yes.
Yesterday. Yes, it was yesterday.
Yes.
You know then, your client's case. Yes, of course, sorry. The council accepts that the allocation allows for B1, B2 buildings could be large, but the master plan P2 shows the scale of building properly integrated into the site. This application does not. So certainly your barristers were not caving and their own landscape issues. But we agree that B1, B2 buildings on this site, phase 1 or phase 2, can be large.
Well, it's all relative. Office buildings, in this context, you would not expect to be tower blocks, would you?
I honestly don't know what that answer means. We agree, don't we? Your point is that B8 units, they've got to be, you say, small scale, and so that gives you your policy hook to challenge the B8 sizes. That's what you said in your paragraph 6.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Come back to the meaning of that later. You've explained that you rely on your council's planning witness in order to reach a definition of what that means, and we will obviously debate that later in the inquiry. That's the B8. The largest building is not B8, the largest building is B2. When we come to B2, there's no policy requirement for them to be small scale, whatever that means. And indeed, your council's opening confirms that they can be large.
That's what you said, yes.
Okay, and not only do they say that the B1 and B2 buildings can be large, your council's case is that the nature of this allocation should be B1, B2 focused, led or focused by B1, B2. You understand that?
I understand what you're saying, but
That's
it's still going to be a question of analysis of individual buildings.
Sure. So on the council's analysis of this case, the wider site should be led or predominated by a preponderance of units not controlled by the requirement to be small scale, which are, so far as the policy is concerned, able to be large. That's what your case involves.
It obviously doesn't. The policy is not intended to have a lot of large warehouses on this part of the site, and obviously office buildings would be more welcome. But it would be down to the individual design and integration with the landscape setting.
We'll come back to it all, the consequences of all of that with the planning of this, probably about as far as you and I can go. But I suppose one thing that we can agree on is the fact that the building's in, if we take out, for example, the design and access statement for phase 1, which is called document 2.15. I've got something to show you with my laptop around. And if we turn it into one of the visualizations, which is on page 23.
Yeah.
So it's page 23 of core document 2.15.
This is 216.
2.15, sorry, so 2.15, sorry. That's the one.
Page 23.
23.
Oh, yeah.
So it's one of these drawings of the scheme. Looking north, looking from the south, looking north. You can see on my screen. Yeah. Okay. So just to again state something which is no doubt blindingly obvious, but just worth noting, the fact that one of these buildings, but not the other ones, is in B2 use has no implication at all to its landscape or visual impact.
Well, in fact, they're all warehouses, aren't they?
Yeah, and this is the thing that they're not. The unit 1 is not B8, it's B2. It's the largest of the units involved in the scheme. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
So when you said just a moment ago they're all warehouses,
Sorry, I realised that was the office.
Largest building,
yeah.
That's on the left, obviously I'm pointing at the
yes.
pointing, it's the one immediately on the left. Oh, so it's you can see number 6. The one to the left, but in the foreground is unit 1, which is the large B2. That building, positively welcomed by the council, significant benefits of the scheme, right?
Theoretically, but it's not really.
Theoretically. Have you read the planning evidence? Have you read the status common ground? Yeah, so it's not, there's nothing theoretical about all this. This is what the council's position is. And I don't know whether you like to change their position. You certainly can have a go if you like to. The B2 unit, this is the biggest one, the one that I'm pointing at, that one there, it's got the, its impact on the landscape and the visual receptors or whatever, they're not somehow reduced on account of its B2 use rather than it being B8. That's no part of your position.
It is what it is, we just said.
Do listen, I mean, please listen to the question. I know it is what it is. I'm saying that you do not allege, do you, that its impacts on the landscape or on visual receptors are lessened on account of it being in B2 use rather than B8? It's a simple question. We have one more go ask it.
Okay, ask it once more then.
So look, that unit, the largest unit is in B2 use.
Yeah, okay.
It's not an office, it's light industrial. The fact that it is in B2 use does not change its extensive landscape and visual impact versus if the same building was in B8 use. The nature of its use doesn't affect the implications on landscape and visual receptors. Do you understand the question?
Yeah.
You understand it? Would you like to answer it, or would you prefer not to?
I prefer not to.
Sorry, Mr. I know where you're going.
Done.
You can make submissions.
I imagine we probably will be. Righto, thank you. Now, Mr. Lyons, who you adopt in full on matters that are of any substance, tells us in his proof that your proof to your joint proof. If you just turn into it, page 18. Page 18, there should be a paragraph. Page 18. Paragraph that starts, I consider. Yeah. Lovely. Now, this is a paragraph where he tells us that he considers, as does the council, as no doubt do you, that the site is significantly constrained. He says, let's see, a few lines from the bottom. He says that I consider, he says that buildings of this scale, mass, and elevation, individually, never mind combined, cannot sit comfortably in this landscape and are incapable of being properly integrated with all the other things, landscape trees, GI, recreational use. Right?
Right.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So right, that's what he says. You adopt that, you endorse it, you agree with it. Yeah. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. And that's your view, individually and combined, no way, no how, the building of this scale can sit in this landscape, in circumstances where the council has recently consented large industrial buildings immediately next door.
Yes.
And also in circumstances where the very largest of the buildings proposed in this scheme is welcomed by your client as a significant benefit. That was a question.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Do you have any re-examination?
I do have just a few. Can you turn up policy 36, please?
in the context of the string of questions about something having to give and the scale of the B2 building and so on, to what extent would a proposal for large B2 buildings have to comply with the requirement for high quality landscaping and green infrastructure in policy 36E?
36B.
36E. I think it's the, I've written over it.
That's it, help an applicant to lead on the fact that it would apply.
Yeah, okay, well, is there anything in policy 36 which tells you about the scale of the buildings that are acceptable within the 40 hectares, consistent with high quality landscape?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
There's, within policy 36E, you know, any building would have to be capable of being subject to high quality landscape, the site.
Yes.
And so we know that B2 buildings here, if they were large, would also have to be capable of being high quality landscaping. And I'll be making submissions on what the applicant said was the scheme later. But does the policy tell you, we know we've got 40 hectares of development. Does the policy tell you anything about the scale of the buildings, of the individual buildings, which will be acceptable and which will be capable of delivering the high quality landscape?
That's a good point. The quality of landscape and the scale of the buildings being integrated into it to achieve a high quality. Yes.
Could you, consistent with that, could you get away with anything? Any scale? Was that a constraint on scale?
I would say it was a constraint on scale.
Thank you.
Because if it's high quality landscape, the buildings are part of that, and if the scale is too great, then it's not of the appropriate quality.
It was put to you that the IKM building and the Salvation Army building were part of the immediate context of the appeal site to the south, and that the immediate appeal site context is large buildings.
Yes.
What about the north, east and west? What's the context of the appeal site to the north, east and west?
To the other side of the road, it's the enormous buildings.
No, talk about the appeal site.
The appeal site. To the north-east, the woodland cover between the site and the permissive path is considerably more permeable visually. The path goes very close to the edge of the meadow and the woodland parcel that is very, very thin.
But I'll put the question the other way. Is the context the north, east and west of the appeal site large buildings?
No.
And finally, you were a lot of questions were asked about your site visit, when your site visit tribunal. Do you understand your duties to the tribunal here? To give your honest, independent expert advice?
Yes.
Yeah. Have you complied with that duty and given your evidence to the tribunal?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, I have no questions. Shall we take a short break whilst we're a witness?
Get yourself all set up, yeah, just, how long would you like, sir?
Just 10 minutes?
Sure, sir, yeah.
So we'll resume at 25 to 4.
25 to 4.
Anything we particularly need other than what we talked about?
So just give me 30 seconds. One is, your fishing. There's a core document, I think, Ethan says, fingers crossed, core document 11.7 should be something called a framework, it's called a framework document, Weekly Wood Business Park, June 2011. I hope it's on the website. That's, okay, there's one more thing. So that was 11.7, so the other one that jumps out that we've not touched on, actually, anyway, is 2. What's the inspector really?
You'll need to send the case officer the latest link to the core documents. The link that I have been using doesn't take me up to beyond a certain number. I need the latest one. If it's
What I want to say, ladies and gentlemen, I know it's difficult, but ensure that you turn your microphones off if you're not using them. Try and make battery life last.
Well, yes, well, we will need.
I'm not sure you want to say that.
We're going to the hard copy, so just for the moment. All right. So that should get us at least through the next. That's the only one I about. But yeah, we will want to.
No, but I'm using the link that was sent.
The link should not change, but I will resend it.
But I've saved it as a favourite, and that doesn't change. So I need the link again because the link is buried somewhere about 200 emails ago.
Not a problem. I'll do that again for you.
Well, we'll have to send it to the case officer.
Yes.
I can get the one that you referred to as 216. We've been using that anyway. So, didn't issue with this.
Thank you very much indeed. Good afternoon, Mr. Brockhurst.
Afternoon.
Microphone's working. Good start. Let's crack on while let's do this. So you tell us, Mr. Brockhurst, in your proof of evidence, which is on page 5, there's a section 1, which is your introduction. You are Claire Brockhurst, you're director of Lakes and Place Limited. You've had a career in landscape architecture and landscape planning for more than 32 years. You've set out what your various academic qualifications are. You're a chartered member of the Landscape Institute since 1997, and in 2007 you were awarded a fellowship of the Landscape Institute in recognition of your contribution to the field of landscape planning. You sat on the Landscape Institute's Policy and Awards Committees, you served as an elected member of the council, judge from several occasions, you were a pathway mentor, exam monitor, and you explain that you've been invited to speak at a number of events over the years, specifically on the topic of landscape planning and indeed landscape visual assessment as well.
That is correct.
Over the last 32 years, you say, at 1.11, you've been involved with over 50 landscape and visual appraisals and over 100 landscape and visual impact assessments, either as standalone reports or as chapters for environmental statements. Is all that right?
That's correct, yes.
Right. Now, first perhaps you could just, you set this out on your page 7, the nature of your instruction when you were approached for breast. Could you just explain to the inspector how it was that you came to be involved and how it came to be that you came to support the appellant's case at this inquiry?
So, at the outset of my appointment, I was first approached by the appellant through their planning consultant, given lots of information, a brief of what the issue was, a likely time frame, and so I had a look at all that material, looked at the planning application, and I had at that stage the appellant's statement of case that had been drafted. So I reviewed all of that, felt that I could act on behalf of the appellant and provided my fee and my work. And then I undertook a site visit, and after that site visit, I then specifically confirmed whether I could continue having seen the site. So it tends to be that way because you rarely get to go out and look at the site and then come back and say it's going to cost so much, and then they have a second thought. So it's usually a sort of combination, but I didn't finally accept the commissioners who are placing the site.
And why is that? Why is it that you don't accept the commission, if you like, until you've actually visited the site?
Because I've been to a number of sites where I've either thought it shouldn't go ahead, or there's been information that's in the LVIA that I can't tally with what I see on site. So I couldn't act if I hadn't seen the slide before I accepted the finalised confirmation.
So you were presented with a number of documents. First among them is the LVIA that have been prepared to support the planning application.
Yes,
To give the inspector your document, your summary of your assessment of the LVIA and the extent to which it accords with recognised methodologies.
So I reviewed the LVIA. The Landscape Institute publishes a sort of technical review note, which I use quite a lot when I'm asked to do this kind of work, taking over where somebody else has previously written the LVIA. So I reviewed it in the context of those technical guidance, and I would confirm that the LVIA that you have in front of you complies with the published guidance, which is, I'm not going to pick it up, but it's CD 11.1, which is Glivia. I'm sure you're aware of that document, but so it is in full compliance with that. And in fairness, I think that was a position that was reached by Place Services when they looked at the original LVIA. So there's no challenge as to the methodology and the approach adopted by the appellants in assessing effects.
And what do you consider to be the importance of, the relevance of the position that Place Services has taken as a consultee at this to the application?
I think Place Services engagement, and so for your note, it's called document 3.37, is the Place Service response. I think it was very helpful because, first of all, it provided feedback on the actual design by means of a positive engagement about resolving issues they felt that existed, which was really to do with the size and number of units and positioning.
Just let the inspector grab it.
Yes,
one moment. So it's, let's see, 3.37. There we are. So sorry, yeah, far away, Mr. Brocker. So yes, you were saying that there was a comment on design. You were saying.
Yes, so there was a healthy engagement with the scheme before them, and the comments related to the nature of the development proposals, and at that stage the loss of the woodland, which of course the appellant has taken on board with the revised scheme that you now have in front of you to determine, sir.
Can I just ask, and we'll obviously come into this in a bit more detail in a few minutes, but on this point about the change in respect to the woodland, it was one of the points in the cross-examination of Mrs. Webber that she considered to be a positive step of benefit, if you like, in landscape terms of the woodlands now being retained. Where are you on that issue?
Yeah, absolutely, it's a benefit of the scheme, evolution of that design process. So in terms of the landscape assets, the woodland is noted as being an important context, but it's certainly it's beneficial for a number of reasons, and primarily because it provides that containment that a scheme of this nature needs, which is also a premise for where the allocation has been directed. So the woodland plays an important role. So I think its retention is a significant benefit of that evolution process.
Overall then, in terms of where things were left with Place Services, what do you take away, this is in May of 2020, isn't it? What do you take away from there on what they were saying at that time?
The only matter that's outstanding that hasn't been resolved through the scheme design was an issue about photography. And I think as much as anything, that was really more of an omission by Lockhart Garrett, because they, when their original photography didn't include the I.M. Kelly building, so they were assessing the impact of views from the hotel. By the time the resubmission was in, the I.M. Kelly building had been constructed, and therefore the photography was out of date.
Right.
So I spoke with Lockhart Garrett, and their photography is now appended to my evidence. So it had been done, their assessment was based on the IMK phase 1.
So now, just to put the absolute clarity, the photos that you've got in your appendix 2 don't turn right now, but they include, they're taken further along in time,
yes,
so that we've got pictures that have the IMK building with,
yes.
whereas the original the IMK building haven't been built yet.
No, that's right.
The inspector's turning it up, I suppose. Just the first one would be page 1.
I think you can see the train Salvation Army party on
Yes, you can. So it
Yes.
was viewpoint 3.
that's on viewpoint 3.
I'm normally much better at doing things like passionate, but I failed to do it on this occasion. But yes, it's the viewpoint 3.
Yes. Thank you. Right, so that was that. So that was place services at the time. They put in 2020 some response to the application.
Yes.
The landscape work and the environmental statement as a whole was updated as part of the amended scheme that avoided the impacts on woodland, as we've heard about. And then what was place services involvement thereafter?
Absolutely nothing. We've had no consultation response since that 2020 comment.
Right.
So the first response on landscape places in respect of the appeal scheme was the evidence Mr. Miles.
Right. Now, the character of the landscape, so it's something that is analysed, not obviously more proof evidence, but it's also analysed at the landscape visual impact appraisal. The inspectors read the proof. What do you consider to be the key components of the landscape's character?
So I think, Sarah, she will have read from my analysis in section 5.2 of my proof of evidence. The landscape character for the appeal site in its context is primarily driven by the presence of the existing business park and industrial development to the west, approaching, moving through, recreating in this landscape. That is a really strong influence on this landscape and was not a feature of the landscape at the time the published characterisations were prepared.
So when were they prepared?
Oh, so they're different dates, but the local one, what is called the current landscape character assessment for this area was published in 2006.
2006. So could you try and help the inspector with understanding what's happened on the, or broadly what's happened on the on this site and in its surroundings, I suppose, between 2006 and now?
So, sir, in my proof of evidence at paragraph 5.3, there's, figure 5.3, that's on page 27. You'll see an aerial photograph. Now, that was taken, in fairness, 2 years before the publication of the character assessment, but the fieldwork for the character assessment would have been pre-2006.
So that's showing nothing on what's now the ProLogis site, and obviously nothing on our side of the A20 road either. So it's simply green.
It's simply green fields and some small scale development, but just a very different landscape. So the landscape as described.
Yes.
And in fairness, that was also used in the drafting for the LPIA. Mm-hmm. I'm much more critical than many of my colleagues, which is why I undertake the review I do. But that description just no longer applies to this landscape. And obviously to the east and north, you have the woodland, which is is a landscape feature, but because of its nature is also the containing and severing sounds negative, but it's the feature that breaks the townscape and peri-urban edge of Kettering and the rural landscape to the north. So it serves both as containment to the field site, but also quite a notable demarcation of landscapes, rural and town.
You have other imagery from Google in your evidence that sort of shows us how things move on, if you like.
Yes.
From the position in 2004, but the figure 5.2, which shows the position as in 2010, where things are starting to spread up on the other side of the A43.
Yes, and then at 4.2, figure 4.2, you have the imagery from last year, which includes some of the majority of the development that is now present adjacent to the site. But the IM Kelly Phase 2 extension is less well defined on this one, because I don't think the full site clearance work has begun.
So we can see how over the last, whatever it is, how many years that is, almost 20 years, things have moved on.
Yes.
How would you characterise the site's character now? What do you think? You talked about the existing influences on it. As we look at it today, the inspector walks around it now and his site visit. How would you describe it?
I would say it's strongly peri-urban, so it doesn't have. And I understand the passion of the local people, but the reality is the presence of the road network, the buildings, the movement, the activity, the sense of rurality within and around the appeal site has distinctly diminished.
When we're considering its overriding characteristics, you've set out in the diagram, we went to it in cross-examination of the local authorities evidence through Mrs. Webber, the various maps of the area that show different designations of different sorts, ecological designations, ancient woodland designations, all sorts. And you've set out in your evidence, page 14, some of the things that the appeal site is not, if you like, as you say, associated with. What is the relevance of the existence of those designations and the extent to which they do or don't apply here?
The relevance, and it comes through the strategic thinking and pre-allocation, which is the first most significant element of landscape mitigation is to avoid the protected and valued landscapes. So the relevance is, by avoiding those landscapes, you have a starting point, which is the sensitivity of the landscape is towards the lower end of the spectrum. Albeit at a local level, there will be other aspects to consider, but you are doing your utmost to avoid impinging on those landscapes which, by policy, are to be protected and conserved. And I think there's two parts to your question, I can't remember exactly.
And so what's the relevance of the fact that you tell us that none of those designations, some of them landscape, some of them are conservation and all sorts, are engaged by the facts of this case?
So what we have, and the confidence we have, is that in reaching the position supported and promoted by the council and the appellant through the local planning inquiry process, and with the adoption of the core strategy after examination by one of your colleagues, sir, is that we are in a landscape which is considered to be least sensitive to the type of development that is proposed within policy 36.
Could I ask for your reflections on what the council's evidence to this inquiry on landscape comprises? Talked about what you've done, talked about the LVIA that was done in accordance with the Tier 3. talked about place services and their input. But so far as what the council have put before this inspector today and spoken to today, what are your reflections on it?
Well, there isn't an alternative assessment. There are a number of conclusions reached which differ maybe in terms of the magnitude of change or the significance of effect. There's no narrative or process which underpins how those have been reached. And there isn't, it's very easy within an inquiry process to say, well, this isn't the scheme we want. But in an allocation, a positive engagement as to how this can be accommodated would normally be available. So I've worked on a number of inquiries where the council said, not that, but this, and we've debated the alternatives. But there's no alternative, there's no positive engagement with the proposals and the challenge of the landscape and the allocation requirements. So there isn't anything more than, the obvious, which is we don't support it, but there's nothing more positive to be gained from that.
Could I ask you about the relevance of the wider master plan that's before the inspector in a number of places, including this design development brief document that we referred to just before the break? He's seen it also in a question of the council earlier on. On other places, it's on page 40 of core document 2.16, which is the design development brief. Now there were questions both from me and from Mr. Fallsdick asked about this plan, this document, but in particular the plan itself, the master plan, to Mrs. Webber, and she gave her views about its acceptability in accordance with the phase 2 anyway, in accordance with policy 3036. What's your take on the approach the inspector sees here? What's your analysis of it?
So I think, well, not just this plan, but I will take you to some earlier pages. I think what's critical in the master planning process, which comes before the detailed design of a particular phase, is that you do have to deal with the opportunities and constraints of the site, including the landscape opportunities and constraints. So I understand the council's position is that this is not landscape led. But sir, if I ask you to go forward in that document, and for your note, if we go to, I have a hard copy, so it's internally numbered 12 as the starting point.
It's the same PDF as PDF numbers as page number. So 12 should have 2.1 existing land use, 2.2 existing landscape framework.
So in formulating a design response, the team who were working on the project were looking at the constraints, the existing land uses, the complexity of the topography, the hydrology, the tree cover, the character. So there was an understanding of the landscape which preceded the design process. And then when we turn over to the next page, we're starting to deal with the heritage asset. And all of this contextual analysis is really important, because then we get to, there's no page numbers, but it's figure 2.5 and figure 2.6 in that document.
Yeah, there's a couple of pages also. It's pages, PDF pages 15 and 16.
So that baseline analysis and understanding provides the team with knowledge and information which can then be drawn into the starting of the concept, the design, and the direction of travel. And when you're looking at phase 1, the reason it's landscape led is not necessarily on the micro scale, but on the macro scale. What we have is a number of sensitivities and landscape constraints on the eastern and southern part of the site.
What sort of things do you have in mind when you say that?
Well, you've got drainage ditches, you've got hedgerows, you've got the woodland, you've got very complex topography in that part of the site. So, and that's a really important issue when you're looking at creating building platforms for B1, B2, B8.
Yeah.
So, in order to accommodate those types of development, one needs to have, you would direct that type of development to the flattest part of the landscape, because otherwise what you have to do is a huge amount of cut and engineering. So you're trying to avoid the whole time placing the wrong type of development in the landscape. So strategically, we're in the right location with the allocation, and then we start mapping as to where do you put the land uses, because it's not just the building print, but you have to have the traffic movement. All of that needs to have imposes some constraints on how land form works.
So if I could ask you, at a sort of looking at it at this high level, at the macro level, if you like, you talked about some of the heritage constraints in terms of long distance views from Broughton House. I think there's an arrow on this second of the plans that illustrates all of that. And the various topographical landscape constraints. Which of the two sort of areas of the site do you consider in the end to be more constrained from a landscape visual point of view?
Well, I think so. It's not just myself, but it's the south and eastern part of the site is the more constrained. And so, for your note, I think in policy 36 in the core strategy, in the supporting text of paragraph 10.66 and 10.67, it is recognised that the sensitivities are the villages to the south and east.
If we get up the core strategy, pages 165 and 166 could occupy 5 points. I think you took us to 10.66 and following.
10.66. So on here in this section, we're looking at strategic landscape and heritage assets. So we have very clearly the eastern part of the site is particularly significant in terms of the views from the Grade 1 house and park and gardens, and also the villages of Weekley and Walkton. And that's they've got their own heritage assets. And then when we turn to paragraph 1067, it is vital to maintain the setting of these assets and detailed consideration be given to the location of higher buildings and landscape structure. So I think when you're looking at that context, the larger buildings, typically the B2, B1, B8, are more challenging to mitigate for. So they're certainly not the ones that you would put on the more complex topography on the most sensitive site in an area where mitigation is more challenging and likely to be less effective. So it is directionally that moves you to those buildings being in the phase 1 as you've seen the scheme before you.
So turning back then to where we left off in 2.16, you were walking us through, I think, the design development brief and the bits that you thought were relevant to an appreciation of the wider approach that's been taken to the site. So you talked a bit about 2.5 development opportunities, also 2.6 development constraints.
Yes.
Are there any other bits that you want to just draw to the inspector's particular attention while we're looking through it?
So while we're here, so there's also on page 19 and 20, within there's more explanation of the landscape issues and the drivers on that. And also at page 33. And then I think, in fairness, when we look at page 34, we have sort of evolution of the strategy, which is a series of vignettes which seek to build up the layers of information and building massing and arrangement of buildings and how they would work, and alternative arrangements. But really, because of those operational requirements, the direction is the area that has, I suppose, the least change is the area which is phase one, because that's where the constraints, the operational constraints, sort of lead you to where we are with the application we have in front of us.
Thank you. And then we start to get on the subsequent pages, the master plan as it starts to come into fruition in terms of the phases, phase one, phase two. And
obviously phase one has these strategic development images that you see on the following pages are the pre-amendments, so they include incursions into the woodland, but by the time we get to page 38, we are now looking at the buildings as they are in front of us. And I think so, just again, for your note, I think it's helpful just on core document 2.17. Just
2.17 is the illustrative master plan drawings.
Yes, that's right. And within that document is page 5, so. 2.17. It's page 5. I think one of the difficulties when you're reading plans is, and just as a helpful point, we're talking about density. I haven't undertaken an exercise on testing density. I haven't understood that density as a factor was an issue. But we're looking at this when we're looking at actually what is built and what is not built. And I recognise that it's a car park and it's still going to have, parked cars at some points, not at others. But the relationship of buildings and areas that have no vertical structure on them. So everything that's yellow is the woodland and the spaces between the buildings. So I think when you're reading it, it's not just big buildings. There's space in between those.
What do you make of the council's case on the extent of green infrastructure within phase one in particular?
I think there's a balance, which is, yes, in the earlier iteration there was more green infrastructure at the cost of the woodland. Right. Now we are retaining the woodland. There are some areas of green infrastructure, positive grassland, and those are all illustrated on those core documents 2.1, 1.2, 0.3. We looked briefly at that, sir. So there is a series of green areas. Some of it's grassland. Yes, there's hedgerows, and yes, there's likely to be fencing. This is an operational area. But there are areas of grassland, there are areas of tree planting, so there is green infrastructure there.
Could I ask you about your sense as to what would have been the implications of an approach, looking at this plan, of doing, if you like, of meeting all of the asks from the council, I suppose, not the council per se, but from Ms. Webber, i.e. retaining the grassland and its glade characteristics that she described. You keep that, you keep the root protection areas, you keep the woodland. What then? What happens then?
You can't deliver the policy. It's very easy to say, and we keep remnant bits of grassland. The efficacy of doing that, the construction process of doing that, and their functionality when there is still all the other development going on. I don't even seek to deal with that in terms of the ecological issues, but you end up with an unhappy compromise in lots of other ways, because the more you do there, the less flexibility you have elsewhere, because somewhere you have to deliver the development, the employment, and in some areas, it will, as we know, the more sensitive areas, that needs to come with significant green infrastructure because of the constraints. So I would say it's an unhappy compromise, and as harsh as it sounds, it is better to get this resolved here and give you flexibility and scope on the more sensitive landscapes, which will always be sensitive. The listed, Grade 1 listed property and its registered parks and gardens and those outlying historic villages will not diminish over time. So it's something we have to deal with, those challenging tensions. It's not an easy answer, but that's my view on it.
Thank you. Could I ask you just a couple of questions about this vision document that the council put into the core documents? It's core document 11.7, the one that the inspectors have.
I've got it, I've got it electronically. I just have to
turn that one up. No problem. So,
yes, I have it.
Core document 11.7. This is a framework document produced by SSR Planning and the Beclue Group. Framework document, Weekly Wood, Business Park, draft interim version, June 2011. Yeah. So I suspect you went to the only witness who has to talk about this. But from your point of view, from a landscape point of view, what relevance does this document have?
Well, clearly, if it's a draft interim version and it's now 12 years old and it's not adopted in any policy, it does what it says, which it sets out a flavour of that. And it says that on page 2.
We'll just turn that up just one moment. So page 2, there's a heading background, and we're told at the bottom of the first column that in order to inform the Joint Planning Committee's consideration of opportunities presented by business proposals, as well as the preparation of various DPs, we anticipate that landscape and visual assessments, ecological and archaeological surveys and transport appraisals will be required in due course. In the meantime, we trust the information contained in this framework document provides a flavour of how this strategic business park could be developed. ...
Yes.
So what do you take away from that?
Well, that's what it is. It hasn't been fully informed by the raft of technical analysis that you see before you serve in terms of the ES, the development brief, the master plan. It hasn't had that benefited. It hasn't benefited from that interrogation and testing. And it is just the sort of starting point of introducing what could happen here. And what you can see in this document, sir, is that, of course, this was written at a time when there wasn't much else happening. So when we turn to page 4.
Page 4, so page 4, there's a heading planning history, and there's a photo, an overhead photograph of the area.
Yes, so at this stage, there's an aspiration for offices, retail, leisure, but and some light industrial.
Yes.
But nothing at that point is being shown. So it's being brought forward without hard context, yes, as an aspiration.
Yes.
So I think in that way, it is just a very preliminary start.
What is good, could the witness just say where she was reading from? She read some words.
I'm not sure that she's.
Sorry, I read some words off the picture on
Oh,
the
yeah.
photograph.
On page 4, so sorry, yeah.
Can you read again? I can't read.
Yeah.
It says offices, retail, leisure, express by holiday and hotel, and pub restaurant. I can confirm does now exist, having visited it yesterday, and then office, light, industrial, leisure.
And when you look at where it says office, light industrial leisure, that's also an area traversed by numerous footpaths and routes going through it. So this is an area that, you know, yes, this is where the direction of travel is in terms of this type of development.
Yes.
But it is also, has always been, and I recognise that the community have always had it, that has been the basis for this landscape for a period of time. And this is strategically the direction of this development.
On page 5 of the document, there's something called vision.
Yes.
And we see, and again, a pretty broad brush term from the top right hand side of the A3. There's a plan. What do you take away from what the vision looked like at that time? So there's a particular on what was proposed vis-a-vis woodland retention.
Well, I think what's interesting is that this document is showing that the vision that was being presented to the council at this stage entailed substantial loss of woodland in order to deliver this development. I mean, that was the basis of bringing this forward.
And on page 12 of the document,
Version has a blank page between each one. So I don't think you have it observed.
no, page 12, it's PDF page 27, there's a heading delivery.
Yes.
And we're told in the 4th bullet down on page 12 that it's anticipated that development could commence in 2013.
Yes.
So what do you take away again from sort of what weight do you ascribe to this document now yourself coming at this as a landscape professional today, you know, in 2023?
It's a broadly aspirational document. And it sets out quite a strong vision, which has a number of impacts on the environment. But that is where it got to, and it hasn't been taken forward in any policy way or any link in terms of policy.
Yeah, I will ask our planning, or both planning witnesses about what this ended up as in terms of any connections into planning policy or otherwise. So thank you very much. Anything else more on this document from a landscape point of view?
Not from a landscape point of view.
All right. Now, finally then, visual effects. So you talked about landscape character and your understanding of all of that. Could you walk the inspector through the visual component of your analysis? And again, sort of at a high level, you've read the proof. What do you say are the key points he needs to understand?
So you will have my volume 2 and the zone of theoretical visibility mapping that I can include at Appendix 2 and Appendix 3. Sorry, yeah, Appendix 1 and Appendix 3. So you may have seen bare earth modelling previously, which sort of just ignores development woodland. This mapping uses LiDAR data, so actually takes into account all the existing buildings and trees. All that data is available through the Environment Agency's LiDAR database. So starting with Appendix LP1, this shows the potential locations from which development of the appeal scheme. So we've modelled in, put blocks in and modelled in where these buildings would be visible from. And then the colouring, the coloration is the hotter the colours, the larger the proportion of the building will be visible from, and the cooler the colours, the lower. So it might glimpse part of a roof or something like that. So, and therefore, where there's buildings with red, that means if a receptor at 1.6 metres was stood on the top of that building, they would see all of it. But from ground level, as you can see from the analysis, we won't be able to see anything. So what's quite remarkable with development of this scale, because of the existing townscape, because of the existing warehousing and large-scale buildings, and because of the woodland, the visual envelope is really relatively very small. And I work on housing developments which have got much larger visual envelopes than this one. So this shows the correct approach in moving and allocating this location as the place to accommodate this type of development, because it really does minimise the landscape, the visual effects. And when I then produced the appendix you see at LP3, sir. And this is a comparative one. So what you have here is, where it's green is where you would see our development in combination with the existing development around the site and to the west of the, west and east of the A40, west of the site, east of the A43. So you will see it in combination from those areas marked green. Where it is blue only is where you would see our appeal proposals on their own, and everything that's yellow, so everything that affects the existing villages, the registered parks and gardens, is the visual effects that occur already and will not be altered by the implementation of the appeal scheme. So strategically, we're located in an area of low intervisibility. But of course, I recognise that there are people who are using the footpaths and the permissive paths within the woodland. But even within the woodland, when you move further away from the development site, you will see less, to the point where you don't see the development proposals. But unsurprisingly, the closer you are to the edge of the development and the appeal site, the more you will see, and the greater the visual effects.
And the fact that you will be able to see the scheme from certain locations nearby, what do you take away from that?
I don't think it would have been something that would be of any surprise to the council in allocating the site. You simply will always be able to see the development at any point within this application site because of the nature of the landscape and the nature of the permissive routes in proximity to it.
Drawing it all together, Mr. Spock, so far as reference and chief goes, lots of policies are engaged by the landscape issues, and I'm not going to actually now to go through them all by any means, but perhaps just policy 36 itself, if that's all right. Yeah. That's in the core strategy, which is page 167 of core document, policy 36. Yes. And really, I suppose it's just with an eye on, in particular, sub-paragraphs E, so that's the key one. The key is talking about a network of high-quality landscaping and green infrastructure, which integrates the development into the wider countryside and retains and enhances, where possible, historic landscape and ecological recreation values of the site. I don't know what it says. What's your assessment of the scheme measured against these sorts of criteria?
Well, I think obviously this is the policy applied to the allocation site, and as I explained through the evolution of the master plan, this is one part. So I think by locating the development, the type of development we are within the appeals side, we are moving towards the delivery on the wider allocation, those areas, because we are avoiding these structures being on the more sensitive areas and able to provide the recreational benefits and the historical and ecological benefits within that particular area.
What do you say about this point about integration? So there's a reference to this idea of integrating the scheme into the wider countryside. What's your analysis of that?
Well, I think, as I said before, the woodland means that this was the right location to begin the process with, because as you can see with the visual mapping, we are not connected with the wider landscape beyond woodland. So it isn't. If there was no woodland, there's a transition from edge of town to rural countryside, I would understand that. But when you have the woodland, then the work in terms of integration is not the focus of the scheme, because there is nothing to integrate with, in fact, because we're not trying to make this sit within a wider rural landscape, because there is no visibility, there is no landscape character associations with those landscapes.
Thank you very much. That's it, sir. And it's slightly long, so it's coming up to 4:30, so 4:30. Sorry,
That's as good a reason as any to adjourn.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yes, that's fine. I was on because we just check on the time.
Well, I think we're still okay.
Yes. In fact, we're spot on. It was anticipated that we're no longer running ahead, but we're running where we thought we were going to be. So evidence in chief finishes this afternoon, and then we would, if we stick to the timetable, we'll be kicking off tomorrow morning with Mrs. Proctor's cross-examination.
And so the plan then tomorrow, just to be clear, we deal with the roundtable hopefully before lunch as well, I guess. Fingers crossed, see how that goes. And then Mr. Ward, I think the estimates for him might come down. My evidence and chief for him will come down quite a bit.
Yes,
I'm just trying to keep running.
No, you're quite right. Cross-examination for Mr. Ward, I'd initially indicated an hour. If I say 45 minutes, and I'm hoping it'll be 30, but I'll just keep it to 45.
Okay, so we will get on to Mr. Bennett's evidence in chief tomorrow and probably start his cross-examination tomorrow.
The cross-examination, Mr. Bennett, is reasonably long. All the other ones are short-ish, but that one's quite chunky. So it's not impossible that Mr. Bennett, if we do start, it may be that we're in a sort of further overnight situation.
And of course.
Can I ask a question?
Sorry.
Can I just ask a question in that regard? Noting that we were going to have a topic-based approach, but that for reasons that have been explained to me, we've essentially inserted in Tuesday all of the my client's remaining witnesses, including Mr. Crook on policy. Does that mean that policy is now going to be spread over Friday, or Thursday, Friday, Tuesday, and Wednesday and Thursday next week?
No, it's Mr. Bennett's cross-examination. Yes, Mr. Bennett will come this week.
Including on policy, not just on employment.
Yeah, and the reason for that was that I've been told by Mr. Simons that the overwhelming majority of the cross-examinations it's not on the planning balance.
That's right.
That's the way I understood it.
That's right.
I asked the question.
It's me who's responsible for that. I very much want to just cross-examine Mr. Bennett once, because so many of the things I want to ask him about are sort of interrelated. So yeah, that's correct.
So can I just be clear about where we get to then? So we get to finishing landscape tomorrow morning, hopefully, depending how we get on.
Yeah.
Employment land roundtable tomorrow morning, maybe spilling into the afternoon a little bit. Mr. Ward, and then Mr. Bennett's evidence in chief. And then on Friday, we will finish Mr. Bennett, and we will deal with Harvey by the looks of things, I think, on Friday.
Yes, which would keep us spot on time.
But then are we going to decide now that we're not going to start Mr. Bolton until Wednesday, or
I think that's likely. We can review tomorrow, but I think that's
And I think this policy would say, in my timelines, when I was trying to keep everyone happy, when I came up with this timetable, I think this policy said he couldn't be here Friday afternoon, I think.
I'm sure if push came to shove, we probably could, but I suspect.
There's quite a lot of cross-examination.
Yeah, we're probably going to end up with some, I would imagine you're right, David, that it'll probably stick as per your draft, which is a testament to the quality of your guessing skills. Yes, so right now, so we're spot on time.
Right. Now, can I ask a question about tomorrow's roundtable session?
Yes.
In relation to this table.
Yes.
What are you hoping to achieve? What's the outcome?
I've asked a very similar question myself.
Okay,
Yeah.
It'll tell you, it'll show you the delivery of strategic scale V8, and it'll also show you the delivery of non-strategic scale V8, treatment of small and medium. Then it will also tell you about the pipeline for strategic scale V8 and the pipeline for non-strategic scale, and that will be part of it. Will be working out whether this shows any, and I think that's.
I was going to say one of the things that I'll be asking questions of Mr. Bennett about is what the pointers of the exercise we'll be doing tomorrow. It's an unusual one, but that'll be part of my cross-examination because I want to understand how, regardless of what the outcome of tomorrow's roundtable is, what does it mean so far as his evidence takes us. So that will be something that I'm asking.
The indication would be that you were going through the sites.
I think that's the idea, sir, but actually, a bit like when you do 5 hours and multiply roundtables, what I would imagine is likely to happen, he says optimistically, is that we'll probably spend a little bit of time on, say, the first handful of sites, but as you'll see, the comments from both sides start to recur. So I would imagine, I don't agree, but anyway, we'll see. I think that what's likely to happen is that, at least from our side, we start saying, see above, see above, see above, so that we will speed up. But yeah, the first piece is just really showing you, as a point of, I suppose, point of principle, what Mr. Bennett is relying on as part of his sort of pipeline. But yeah, in terms of the consequences of it, I'll be examining that with him in cross-examination. Yeah.
But this whole exercise is in response to the appellant's need case, the B2.
Yes.
So that's where it fits into the environment. But I'm very much hoping that in the meeting I've got now, we're going to identify a few sites that we want to support, out of 48 sites that we want to support.
Good idea.
Okay. As long as I know where I'm going.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm not, to be honest, I think it would be fair to say that I'm not sure you do yet, because that's something that I want to explore in evidence with the girls. So
I know what the purpose is now.
that was good. All right, that's good. Good start.
I think I know what the purpose is.
That's all we can hope for.
I think therefore I am. Right, okay. 9:30 tomorrow?
I was going to ask on your behalf. We're staying with Mrs. Brockhurst, so she's not started being cross-examined yet, but we've had new guidance on this.
Well, there is that.
Yeah.
Which one do you wish to apply?
It's draft guidance and
it's draft.
And
it's also subject, even in the draft guidance, it's subject to your say so or thumbs up. What we would ask is for a thumbs up, we're allowed to, have a chat with Mrs. Brockhurst over dinner, etc. But your call.
Chat about the evidence.
About whatever comes up. But yeah, I don't think we'll be talking about the evidence much, but of course she's not started being cross-examined yet, so traditionally there wouldn't be a problem. But
I appreciate the situation. We all need to be flexible and we're all professional.
Yeah. Great. Thank you very much.
You won't have to rely on room service.
that's the 9:30.
I think 9:30.
9:30.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I know.
I
That's
know.
what I saw.
Yeah.
It does make that point that we've just been talking about, which is interesting. It is interesting. I'm trying to of course, with this sort of barcode of. I think the idea is to try and bring these closer to that.
I must say, I heard it trailed because in the whole valley, Henley Road inquiry, someone said, it's not out yet, but we're thinking of putting people in permanent LNG, and I was like, okay, it's got.
The government have just done a thing about national policy, they're not saying it's a consultation response, saying that they are still considering responses to the framework and will let us know. I mean, in due course. Yeah.
So things like
a new framework to come out, like just to our players and something. It will happen. It will happen in the middle. It's not happening in this case. So it'll end on. See you tomorrow. Yeah, no, I'm not going to see you tomorrow. Dinner look. Fully understood. What time? 7:30? It's not too long. Well, that's what is that? That's what. Yeah. Takes this to find it. London 5 miles, an hour and a half. Yeah. I can take. No, that's I can take. Yeah, no, me too. I can take one of my calls.
Does anyone want to take me with my cough? Okay.
I can take about 38. You guys have to do it.
Yeah.
Do the same. You at 7:30. You on 7:30?
I will, yeah.
Oh, that's really sweet of you, and I'm just, do you know what, I'm not even going to resist your.
Thank you.
I've done a lesson.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Well, that's
So what time are you meeting with the foyer?
So if I get a, if I get to 7:30.
Yeah, okay, that's good.
Curry time.
Right, see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm really glad I got it. Those often so rare, I have lots of students. No, I didn't.